All right, everybody. How's it going? Hope you're having a great day. We are back, starting today with Firewatch, mainly because I said I would, and I wanted to play through this game. I've seen a first little bit of it when I played with my sister, maybe half hour to an hour's worth, way back in the day. But we never got very far into it, so it's a mostly blind run, kind of pushing that term, I think. But I'm looking forward to it. It does look like it's going to be a lot of fun. Like, look at that. It's got these beautiful little graphics to it. I like this style. Hope everybody had a great day. We are back. I think I've decided after Firewatch, we're going to do Fuga Melodies of Fear. It was pretty high on the list, anyways. But I wanted to finish off Firewatch while it's still on Game Pass because it's leaving on the 16th, I believe. And no time like the present. That's also why we played Lake yesterday. It's also leaving on the 16th, and I just wanted to get a run through in before, just putting it out of my mind probably because once it's no longer free, I doubt I'll play it. Mind you, this one I do have on. Finally, the window came up. 1 second. I I do own this on the PlayStation 4, but until I get a new computer built out, which I'm slowly parting, and will be happening. But until I get the new computer built out, it's a bit of a pain in the butt to stream. To stream games on from PlayStation on the PC. Got subtitles, sounds. Let's up the voices to about 90, I guess. Oh, my gamepad's not weird. There we go. I was wondering why I wasn't responding. And 1080p, full screen VSync, everything. Let's go ultra. I wonder if we could play at 4K. Nope, that. But I wonder if it would support the Super Saiyan thing. Why does it? Whoa! Why does it have one, two, three, four, five, six versions? Oh my! You know what? I bet they're different refresh rates, but for some reason they're not showing that. Like I do 4K if it supports the NVIDIA super sampling. Invert the y-axis. There we go. All right, let's see how that runs. I've never actually, I never actually play anything at 4K. I don't think that really looked any different than it did at 1080p. Like, oh, you know what? Let's not worry about it. All right, so we're going to be starting off with Firewatch. And away we go. You see Julia. She's about your age, late 20s, laughing with well-dressed professors and grad students from nearby CU Boulder. You, Henry, are out drinking with your pals. You approach her. You are drunk. You're pretty. All right. So what's your, major? You slur the word major and it smells like coolers. You give an awkward smile. Evolutionary biology, she says. And I'm a professor. Cool, you reply. What's yours? She asks and sniffs the air. Toxicology? Is that a burn? You ask. She says definitely. Worried she hurt your feelings, she asks you if you want to split a cheeseburger. 1 week later, you're Julia's boyfriend. The cute. A nice meet cute, I guess? Or to actually be worried about offending you, I guess she must have been interested. Backpack. Guess something went wrong? Ooh, anything in here? It's lit. Maybe there's something we can see that's like poignant. A little bit like Easter egg. Nope. Load up our gear. Wow, he just put his backpack in the... I would put the backpack in the cab. You date for over a year. She drives you absolutely nuts. And it's great. You move in, share an apartment near the school with a view of the mountains. You drink beers out on the deck. You drink beer just about anywhere. Life is good. Julia wants to get a dog. There's a scruffy, undersized beagle. Julia is in love. She wants to bring it with her to class. There's also an intimidating but gentle-eyed German Shepherd. Nothing bad could happen to Julia while walking this dog. Badass. Pick up the beagle and she names him Bucket. Bucket's a good dog. A week later, you've totally forgotten about the other one. Julia loves him. You love him too. 1979. You talk out on the deck. It's summer, 9:30 p.m., and the heat still radiates off of the high desert. What do you think about kids? She asked. Kids? Not very smart or good at much. I'm saying if you and I have some, a couple little idiots, that'd be pretty good. In that case, you should probably get married. Yeah, I'd like that, you say. These kids are going to be screwed up enough. It's probably for the best that their parents are hitched. You say she's absolutely right. Sound pretty cute together. This is going to be one of those stories that like rips your heart out a little bit as you play it. Is this so? It's not too late. We can still like back out. Oh, maybe not. The gate's already down. The fire danger's pretty high today. Prevent forest fire. Put out your fire. Oh man. Oh, 1 second, everybody. Not that anybody is here just yet. It might be worth restarting when people show up. I just gotta go grab something. I apologize. All right, everybody. Good. Got to mute the VLC music for the break. Here we are. you forget to check in, you're in their country. Bear country. Learn to live with bear. A thoroughfare trail is not recommended for inexperienced hikers. It's a primitive backcountry trail. You can't get a zoom in on any of these? Alright, so we're on the thoroughfare trailhead. Thunder Canyon. There's thoroughfare basin there. The supply drop. Beartooth Point. Two Forks Lookout is there. Is there another lookout going on the map? Thoroughfare Lookout is at the top of the map here. I guess we're down here? Beautiful scenery. I'm looking forward to this. $19.80. It's a Thursday night and Julia is 4 hours late. She doesn't call. You're worried and getting angrier by the minute. She walks in after you've gone to bed. She's not quite drunk, but she's clearly been having a fun time. You fight when she gets between the sheets. Yep. You call her an inconsiderate asshole. She tells you to go F yourself, to not be such a baby. You call her selfish. She knows you mean it, and it hurts her feelings. You know what hurt our feelings? Her not giving us a damn consideration for over 4 hours. She could have just said, hey, look, I'm out late, going to have fun with the girls, I won't be back until later. That's all it takes. 81. Julia still likes to draw. She draws plants from her research. She draws all the places you go. She draws you. You frolic like a Victoria's Secret model. Very nice. You enjoyed it. I'm guessing we're no longer with Julia. Either we broke up because of her selfish indiscretions, or something horrible happened, and maybe there isn't a Julia anymore. Got some really somber music playing. Two Forks Lookout. 8 more miles. $19.82. During the summers, you and Julia enjoy walking bucket at night. There's a festival in town and brings in folks from faraway places. One of them tries to mug you with a knife. Bucket gets kicked. But the dog! Julia yells. She gets flustered and has trouble speaking when she's stressed. You confront the attacker. Scare him away. You reach into your pocket like you've got a gun and threaten to kill him. You manage to scare all three of you. He runs away. Really asks to take a different path from that day forward. You say okay. You don't want to go that way either. From then on, you walk by the river. How would we manage to scare all 3 of us? Like, maybe Julia, but she should know that we don't have a gun. Or whether or not we would have a gun on us. And we know we don't. Maybe it's the same whether we say we scare him off or we beat him to a pulp. Just changes that first line, maybe. From then on, we walk by the river. 84. Plans to have a kid, gets waylaid by work. Billy gets offered a job at Yale. Yale's in Connecticut, 2,000 miles away. It's a great job. Associate department chair. She wants to move. You absolutely do not. That's not fair. There should be a third option of being like, hell yeah, I'll go with you. That's an amazing job. I'm sure you can find another job like his near the area, or maybe he can commute. Or maybe they can alternate commuting. She's going to get in a car accident or something, I feel like. You ask her if she'll commute back and forth. You don't want to move to Connecticut. She says that'll be hard, but she'll do it if you won't move. You tell her not to pass it up if it's what she wants. She agrees. She flies back to Boulder 3 times each semester. Why would you not follow her? Julia sent home from Yale on paid leave after having an episode. She lost it on a colleague for boring books that were important to her research. She didn't remember she had happily loaned them to him just 2 days prior. Oh no. No, she's got Alzheimer's or something. She was found crying in the stairwell. Hey, maybe you guys should talk to someone about it. After seeing multiple doctors and having many tests, they were worried that Julia might be suffering from early onset dementia. She's 41. They both decide to keep it a secret for now. That's rough. That's really rough. You have to, like, feel yourself slipping away like that. That would be horrible. We posed like a Victoria's Secret model, we said. Didn't realize it meant au naturel. Bucket's getting older. Billy comments that it's kind of nice because he gets in less trouble around the house. A week later, she goes back to the university. Why wouldn't we go with her at this point? Julia's affliction gets worse. She can't remember things in class. Her research is in shambles. She drives her car to the next town over for no particular reason and has to be brought home by the police. She's devastated. She's sent home on permanent medical leave. Some days you get the Julia who calls you a dope and your unborn children little idiots. Other days you get a stranger. She pulls you into bed to make love. After 5 minutes, she gets into a panic, believing her dad is at the door. Tell her family they're crushed and begin to make trips to and from their home in Australia to visit her. For a while, your friends come by with little things to brighten the day. It gets worse. 1988. You spend your days following Julia around the house. Count the seconds between the 2 weekly visits from Danielle, the nurse. You suggest that Julia could live somewhere else, somewhere where 24-hour care. A home. It sits with you for a couple months. Just want to break my heart. Try to move her into a full-time care facility. Determined to take care of her. That is an insane amount of work and a heavy burden. I'm guessing that he's out here now that Julia's passed. No. It's impossibly hard. The worst is when you get mad at her, like when she tries to cook her own food. You can't do anything without her, and she can't do anything without you. Sir Pyroli, how's it going? I don't know what's going to happen. Although the story's starting off with a heavy hit. Something always happens. Otherwise, what's the point, right? When she goes to sleep, you stay up for a few hours, drinking on the deck, watching baseball in the summer, basketball in the winter, drinking then too. Oh, we're becoming an alcoholic. We're self-medicating. You start going out after you put her to bed. First time you do it, you worry about her getting up and walking around while you're gone. Put a chair in front of the bedroom door. Oh my god. This feels horrible. And this feels like something will happen when we get back. You go to the same bar at the boring end of Pearl Street. It's nice there. Over time, you tell Sheila, the bartender, everything. It's a huge weight off. You're home and in bed by 1 a.m. a couple nights a week. You look forward to those nights. One night, you're stuck at a DUI checkpoint. You blow a .1, no, and are taken to jail for the night. You consider trying to hide it, but you tell your sister-in-law, Susan. Your parents take the next plane from Australia. They can't believe the state your house is in. Then they tell you Julia is coming to live with them. You don't argue. Say you'll visit soon. A few weeks go by. Summer's coming and you see an ad in the paper for a job. You take it. Her parents have no idea. And you know they'd be judgy as all get out about that. About the state of the house and him getting in trouble and all that shit. So they're probably like, oh, we're taking our daughter and going. And at that point, he's already at the wit's end, so he's probably like, won't stop you. They're in for a rude goddamn awakening. One, there's two of them, so it won't be nearly as bad on them. But still. Judgy goddamn in-laws. Guess we won't be going shortly for a visit. Probably after the summer season. Seems beautiful. I love like the cartoony aesthetic. Look at that full moon. Isn't that a picturesque shot? Look, there's another one. So we're not the thoroughfare lookout. We just showed up at the thoroughfare trailhead and had to march a little more than 8 miles to get to our lookout. Place looks like it's seen better days. Let the game begin.
Hello, Two Forks Tower.
Hello? Whoever this is?
It's Henry, right?
Yeah.
I'm Delilah.
Yeah, that's what the guy said on the phone.
So, what's wrong with you?
Excuse me?
People take this job to get away from something. So, what's wrong?
What's wrong with you?
That's a great idea. Go ahead.
Look, I just hiked for 2 days, so I don't really follow whatever it is you're doing right now.
You take a stab at what's wrong with me.
Fine, then can I sleep forever?
Sure, buddy. Okay, now go ahead.
Okay, you've killed 3 husbands. You're a black widow and you're just out here until the heat dies down and then you'll kill again.
Ooh, very good. Bravo, Henry.
Okay, I sleep now?
Not quite. Now you.
Okay, good night, bye.
Let's see. I don't know anything about you. I say you got fired from your job and have finally decided to write your novel. That's the sort of bullshit reason you'll find a man out in the woods.
Good night.
Welcome to the job.
The bullshit reason you'll find a man out in the woods. Wow. I like her voice though. The dynamic, the way they're talking, is really good so far. Is he actually writing a novel?
Good morning, Henry. Well, I guess good afternoon. You probably slept like a rock. Anyway, there's still a few hours of daylight to get some work in. I can see you at your desk, so call me when you're ready.
Hey, sorry. Guess I slept in.
You got a relaxing, 14 hours of sleep? Whew.
Yeah, Jesus. I guess it's what, 6?
6:45.
Whoops.
Don't worry about it. That hike puts everyone out of commission for a day or two. But now that you're up, let me quickly get you acquainted with the
You don't even get to see
job.
Julia's face.
There's a thing in the middle of your room with a round map on it. Do you see it?
Okay, yeah, I see it.
This is the Osborne Firefinder, invented in 1914 by W.B.
Osborne?
You use this to spot, you guessed it, What the fuck?
What is it?
Nothing. You use this to... Oh, fuck me!
Good God, language, lady.
Out your west-facing window. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are those fucking fireworks? I need you to confirm. Do you see them?
Whoa, that's not legal, right?
No. You need to get down there right now and stop them. Fire danger is through the fucking roof.
Is that really my job?
Your job is whatever I say it is. Look, the closest ranger is like 2 days away. Go down there and set him straight.
Like, can I write them tickets?
Do you think you can handle that?
Do I write him a ticket?
Easy there, Dirty Harry.
Well,
Get going. You'll probably need a rope to get down the shale between you and the lake, if I remember right. There should be one in the supply box on the way. The code is 1234. It's actually that for all of them.
convenient.
That's one word for it.
And hope the choices you make. No shotgun. That'd be too convenient. I don't think this is the kind of game where you actually get a gun. Do we ever actually have to use the force? Or how this thing works? This photo. Lots of math. Should just bring a shotgun. Scare off firework users and frolicking teens, and I think there was an ominous shadow in one of the trailers. Jonesy Lake. You can actually zoom in on the map. Ah, that's much easier to read. We're there. We're trying to get down by the lake. Is that where the... Oh, right, we gotta go to the NFS, whatever. 306? Ah, straight this way. I'm so good, I instinctively went exactly where I needed to go. Hoof it! Oh, oh, oh. I found the box.
So are there a lot of these out in the woods?
Yeah, we got them all over the Shoshone. They saved us a lot of back and forth from the trailhead. Don't take all the good stuff.
Yeah, all right.
Copy that information down. Ron from 86. Hey, man. I couldn't take it, so I locked up his lookout and put some stuff in the box. On one of those bars you like, hiking into the back, hiking into the park. But let's get F1 on back, Dave. I didn't want to drop it. I want it like that. Ooh, got like cherry and almond. How'd the note get over there? Medicine. Looking at flurries. The quickest trail to go through would be center left. Darn fool punks, dumbass morons lighting up firecracker in the middle of fire season. What fireworks do they bring?
No, no, no! Oh.
Ow!
Hey,
What the hell's wrong with you?
my rope snapped coming down the shale slide.
You didn't break anything, did you?
No, I think I'll make it.
Well, be careful for Christ's sake.
Yes, because the rope's snapping. The rope you told me to get.
It is a hell of a nice camping spot down here by the lake.
I haven't been down there in years, but yeah, Jonesy Lake area is perfect.
Finding a bunch of empty beer cans. They threw them all over hell.
The idiots down at the lake?
Yeah, them. I just found where they're hanging out.
They left a smoldering fire unattended.
They left their packs tied up here.
Don't fuck with them. The last thing we need is some hikers filing a report about harassment.
They left half a bottle of whiskey. Decent stuff.
Drunk pyromaniacs. Fucking great.
Irritor, 1850. 40% proof. I'll save that for later.
Oh, look, they decided to have a campfire, too.
You know, they color-coded the fire danger signs in case people were illiterate. But I guess that doesn't take into account just plain stupid, does it?
Found the fireworks. They didn't even try to hide them.
Well, confiscate them.
Maybe we can throw a beer can at him.
I found a bra.
A nudie pyromaniac. Remain professional.
Wait. I was wondering if like he kept it for a second because it just disappeared on its own.
There are panties.
There are what?
I
And a
don't
fancy
want
one?
to say that word again.
Why, 'cause you're 12?
Yeah. As a matter of fact.
There's a. Ooh.
Yes?
There are 2 naked ladies out here.
Can you handle that?
Come on, I like
the same
naked
time?
ladies. so
Probably
does
not.
everyone, but there's, you know,
2?
yeah.
I know this will be tough for you, but try to pick your tongue up off the ground and do your job.
Okay. I found them in the lake.
Skinny dipping.
Yeah.
Is that a guy over there?
Oh boy. Enjoy dealing with that.
Full stereo!
Whoa, hey, put that down. Seriously, it was expensive.
Fucking cool it with the fireworks.
Please just put it down. We won't light anymore.
This guy's creepy, Chelsea.
Ha, you probably have a tiny dick.
Chelsea?
You gotta take it easy with the fireworks, all right?
You ought to take it easy at the Sizzler buffet.
Chelsea?
What? He's just some loser out in the woods. I mean, he's grody. Why do guys think it's all right to just stare at girls? You asshole!
Oh, I guess
Light
my small
another
dick couldn't hold on
firework
to
and
it.
won't be your stereo I wreck.
Oh, fuck you, psycho!
Yeah, fuck you!
You'll fucking pay for this. You can't just harass girls in the woods. Let's get out of here.
They just where are they going? There's pretty much nowhere for them to go there.
Hey, that go okay?
I might have got a little hot.
What's a little hot?
Some of their personal property took a swim.
Ugh,
Well, I can't do anything about it now.
nope. Thanks for dealing with him, though. Seriously.
1 second.
No problem.
1 second, everybody. Apparently, I got a delivery. I'm gonna go grab. I'll be right back. All right. Got a package. It's not a small package either. My new computer case. Ugh. Damn, this box is heavy. I want to see it. Oh, look up. It's bigger than I thought it was by a little bit, but not by much. I generally prefer smaller computer cases. You have no handles for pulling it out? Seriously? And the way the handles go, end up blocking it in. This is a poorly designed box by Leanne Lee. Oh. Got it. Whew. I guess I'm more excited about getting a new computer than I thought. And there it is. Got a tempered steel or tempered glass side panel. Nice big air intakes. I think it's got dual 140 mil. Oh no, triple 140. I'm excited. It is bigger than I expected. This wise. Didn't realize it'd be this thick this way. But the idea is the power supply is in its own chamber on the back, and then it's got an area on the front for full-size case. In front of full 7 PCIe slots. So there's a fan on the back and 2 on the front. Looks like maybe dual 140s on the front and a 120 mil on the back. I'm excited. Can't wait to get the rest of the parts now. Oh, and it's all modular. Oh. 1 second. Alright. It's the Lian Li 011 Mini Air, I believe. Oh, sorry, Air Mini. There's the book for it. 011 Air Mini. Modular design, extreme airflow. It wasn't the case I was originally planning on getting. I was originally going to go just for the 011 Mini. Again, because I like smaller cases. Although now that this is here, it doesn't feel smaller. Like my entire computer now could probably fit inside the main compartment of this one. But I do like that it has the power supply goes on one side, and the rest of the computer, mobile, and everything else will go on the other side. So it should be easy to get it nice and cable managed. It'd be just the cables poking through from the back. I know the reason why I went with the Air instead of the Air Mini instead of just the Mini. Apparently the Mini had a glass plate or tempered glass on the front and side panel, and no room for air to get in, which is a shit design if you ask me. So I went with the Air Mini because the whole point was they then turned it to a perforated front with 2 fans, and the other one came with no fans. This one comes with 3 fans, 2 140s and a 120. So I'm excited. The entire top is all perforated for good airflow. Lots of airflow perforations on the back side. And on the back, you'll see it's got a spot for the power supply here, and then motherboard on the other side, and it's separated into a compartment. I'm excited. It's gonna be my first time with a tempered glass panel computer case. I've never really worried about that previously. I'm also not much of an RGB person. Give me one moment where I can find a place to store this. Now that I got it here and I see how deep it is, I'm really worried about not having enough room on my computer desk for it. My other one is only about that deep. Like, if this is how my other one's only about this deep. So this one's almost twice as thick as my current computer. It's a tiny bit longer, and then it's twice the height. So this is almost this is probably like 5.5 times the volume of my current PC. Get it set up. Fortunately, I don't have all the parts yet. I'm still missing most of the computer. I'm missing motherboard, CPU, and RAM. I have hard drive and graphics card, power supply. All right, I'm excited. Let me just put this away and we'll continue the game. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. Whew. MLG. Not sure. Not sure where I'd go to find out. It's on a list of their approved cases. I'm happy with it. I think it looks pretty sharp. And most importantly, I'll actually have room to have something, like plug something into a PCIe slot besides just the graphics card. My current computer only has room for a graphics card. And looking at the sizes, the current one's a little taller than I was thinking, if you count the stands. So it's probably more like 3 times the volume, maybe 2.5, 3 times. So it's not quite that much bigger. It feels way bigger. It's definitely really thicker. Phantom Brigade? I own it on Epic. Might be worth checking out. So I'm playing some more though. It's gotten a lot of updates. Oh, wait. Gotta get the music. Wish the game had music on its menu here. Alright, we dealt with the teleporting fiends.
So they just left their stuff down here, but it would be a bad idea for me to toss it all in the lake, right?
Yes, that would be a very bad idea. I think you've done enough.
They're melting off.
Well, I put out their fire.
Man, I would have named that forest fire something good, too.
Hey, I can always restart it.
No. I think your first instinct was the right one.
What do you know? People with shitty manners drink shitty beer.
What, you don't like a cold Musqua Light on a hot day?
No, I do. But then again, I didn't say my manners were any good. Better than these fucking litter bugs, though, that's for sure.
Kind of the reason we're here, right?
Hey, I'm back near that big rock outcropping, but not sure how to get back.
I'd head west, back towards the lake, and then turn north towards the canyon.
Okay. I see we have to go up through the canyon. Alrighty. Jeez, did you go through a whole doof or something? Is that all the beer cans? Including the one I threw previously? I think so. Oh, I can zoom in anytime?
Well, their underwear's still strewn all over down here.
Well, it is a particularly warm evening. I'm not sure I blame them.
No. The other ones were fancier. Like, she was planning on someone seeing her underwear and so wanted them to look really nice. Those ones are a little bit more playful, though. I'm guessing that these ones were for the one telling the one that was calling us all limdick, and the nice looking ones are the other girl who wanted to make a good impression. Seems like the one girl cared what people think, while the one was just mouthy.
Well, this lake does seem like a good spot to swim, even if the last people to do so were assholes.
Yeah, right now, though, it's all snowmelt, so you'll freeze your balls off. But as hot as it's been, maybe that's a fair trade.
Starting to feel like it. Hey, there's a trail to Two Forks Tower down here near the lake,
Yeah, that's your tower.
so I should go this way.
Well, you're not climbing back up that slide.
Dialogue seems really natural. I like it. Oh, I wanted to climb up the rock. But it's all ice balance, so that ice water must have been. So that water would have been crazy cold to be skinny dipping in. But I guess they did say it's hot weather. Still. See what's over the hill.
I have a bit of a confession to make.
What is it?
Look, I was drunk last night when I welcomed you to the job.
Yeah, well, you're not the first boss to be guilty of that.
I know, I know I can get a little pushy, putting you on the spot about why you're out here and stuff.
Yeah, I saw a little dust cloud there.
It's fine.
I'll keep
Was there
that
something
sort
up
of
there?
thing to a minimum. Anyway, let me know when you get back to your lookout.
Hey, I heard some thunder.
Yeah, I've got eyes on a storm out to the north.
Well, that's bad, right? Because of the lightning?
It just means we'll be busy. Hurry home and try not to get hit by lightning.
I got hit by lightning when I was 9 years old, so I'm safe. It's not gonna strike twice and all that.
Well, there was an old lookout named Roy Sullivan who got hit by lightning 7 times.
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, well, if it makes you feel any better, it wasn't what killed him.
What killed him?
Suicide. Would you believe?
I guess if you have the kind of luck where you got hit by lightning 7 times, you'd probably want to end it too. The map information. To Beer Tooth Point. Dash 303, Thunder Canyon, Two Forks Lookout. That's where we had. Oh, check out the. That looks cool. Danger, bravery, the great outdoors. Defend our frontier. Ooh, a flashlight.
Ah!
Smart.
There's a horn or an antler or whatever.
Well, antlers are made of bone, and horns are made of the same stuff as your fingernails.
I guess this is a bone.
Antler. A ranger must have found it this spring.
The horns are fingernails? It's chin. Oh, I didn't know that. So antlers are bone, whereas horns are fingernails. Interesting.
What's in this cave down here?
In Thunder Canyon?
Thunder Canyon?
Hey, I didn't name it. But in the cave, I don't know, rocks? NFS tells people not to go too far in there. It's pretty dangerous.
So,
So I say, fuck it. You're a grown man, you can go where you want.
great. Used to go caving with someone back in Colorado. She loved it. Might be great to explore it sometime this summer.
Well, that could be fun. Obviously, be very careful.
Hello? It doesn't seem that dangerous. Whoa, whoa! Ah, no!
Henry!
Seriously, it's completely fine in here.
God damn it.
Yeah, that.
It looks like the path leads through the cave.
Back in the cave, huh? Man, I don't need to lose another lookout in there.
Another lookout?
They go in, they never come out.
This cave is gated off.
It's to stop spelunkers from dying without getting the keys from the Forest Service office first.
Makes sense.
Although Debbie says she lost them like 3 years ago, so maybe its mysteries are locked away for good.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, but maybe you can find another one to get your caving kicks in.
Oh, this one's so close to home and convenient, though.
Aw, sorry, Hank.
And I wanted to make a response to her comment, but they're already talking. A little bit of pop in.
There's some guy out here giving me the creeps.
The creeps? Wait, he's looking at you? Is he doing anything else?
I don't think so.
Henry,
Rubbing his
there's
crotch a little bit,
something
probably.
Something someone should have told you about this area.
What is it?
It's
People camp here.
outside.
Come on.
The whole thing. And people come and go as they please. It's madness.
Yeah, okay. I get it.
Look, bumping into someone in the middle of nowhere is part of the fun.
Hey, you keep your lights on at night?
I'm doing a crossword puzzle. I do a lot of crossword puzzles.
How we saw that through the mountain? Alright, this is where the guy was, right? Sounds like it's gonna be a doozy of a storm. Ooh, a couple drop downs. I wonder if there's a spot where it's gotta like catch up to the dude. And we can take drop downs or run around safely. Okay, this doesn't seem like this thing to be doing without a rope.
Well, that trail isn't closed anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I took care of the blocked path. It was backbreaking, but, you know, anything for the service.
Well, thank you.
Anytime.
And this is where we would have been able to see. Although it doesn't look like her lights, it doesn't look like her lights are on right now. Maybe they were when we talked.
So it's just the outhouse then, in terms of going to the bathroom?
You're a man, Henry. You can go wherever you want. Well, number one at least. And, full disclosure, I pee wherever I want as well.
You know, I don't think there's any fictional character I hate more than Forrest Burns.
Henry, as an employee of the Forest Service, that is treason.
Yeah, well, he really freaked me out as a kid.
He inspired me to spend the bulk of my 30s keeping the wilderness safe.
A shrink would have a field day with you.
Thanks, Mom.
What kind of name is Forrest Burns anyway?
Well, that would be a pun, Hank. A glorious pun.
I went to junior high with a guy named Royal Butts.
Royal?
Butts.
I didn't think anyone had been named Royal since the 1850s.
Well, Royal's mom, Flo, was a bit of a trendsetter.
Flo Butts? Oh man, that's even worse.
Yeah, well, it's still better than Forrest Burns.
Yes. Still two on the nose.
So this generator is all the power I've got out here.
Yep, it doesn't go through much gas, and, well, you don't have much in the way of electronics, so...
What about my hairdryer?
Oh, I'm sorry. You might just have to make peace with frizzy locks.
I could never. I feel like I'm going to be murdered when I'm in the outhouse.
Feeling a little exposed, are we?
Hey, no man in the history of the world has felt tough with his pants around his ankles.
Well, be strong. You can always call if you're having trouble.
Sure, I'll do that.
We're back.
What can I do for you?
Well, my typewriter is on the ground outside of my tower.
You right?
Yeah, look, the wind? No. How the hell
You should get inside.
Fuck me.
Doesn't look broken. And crash.
Someone broke in.
Hey, what?
They wrecked the place. Threw my typewriter out the window. Motherfucker.
Holy shit. I'll let the Forest Service know what happened.
Not cool.
I'm gonna have to fix the window.
Tomorrow, Henry, you won't be cold. Okay, I put in a call.
That was fast.
Yeah, well, do you have any idea who could have done this?
Maybe that guy I saw in the canyon, but I don't know why the fuck he'd want to mess with my stuff.
Well, I'll have the Rangers keep an eye out for a man
Or
hiking
the
on his
girls.
own and question him if they find him. I can't believe someone would do this. I worry about bears and fires, and that's about it. And now I've got to worry about some deranged hiker going after lookouts? Great. Okay, in the morning I'm gonna call my friend Patty, who works the desk down in Cody. They keep a list of everyone who's officially been in and out of the trailhead since, I don't know, forever, and see if we can get a list of names. We won't get much, but at least if anything else happens, we can refer to it and see if anything comes up.
Thanks.
I need you to feel safe out here.
Just point me to the Forest Service weapons cache and I'll feel safer than the Pope in his little car.
Yeah, someone made the choice years ago that leaving people with infinite amounts of alone time and a gun was kind of a bad idea.
Grenades?
I'll see what I can do.
I like their back and forth.
Wake up! Hey, wake up!
I'm awake. What's your problem?
Our problem.
Sorry, our problem.
That storm knocked out the phone line I used to talk to the service, which means we're cut off. I tried radioing out, and that's not working either.
Doing a diary.
I don't really know why that would be the case.
Can I go fix it?
Well, you probably can't, but what you can do is hike out to where the wire runs through your area and report back if it's down. Then I can track down a ranger to get someone on it.
Okay, I can do that. Where is it?
Remember that cave you hiked through yesterday?
Yeah, of course.
So you're gonna want to go back there, go through it, and keep going straight to the north when you come out.
Will do.
Thanks, Hank.
It's Henry.
What, you don't like Hank?
Yeah, I don't like Hank.
But
Fireworks.
thanks rhymes with Hank.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, all right.
Alright, well, might as well get going.
Hey, I can see your tower. Suppose that means you can see me.
Yeah, well enough.
You wake up pretty early then, huh?
As soon as the sun comes up. Forest Service really frowns on us putting up curtains for some reason.
I just covered my head with my pillow. Seems to do the trick.
Wow. The forest could never burn down on your watch.
Can you see the communication wires from where you are?
I can see the poles, but I have no idea if the wire's in good shape or not. They run a good distance up to a spot called Beartooth Point. You just need to walk along them all the way up there and make sure everything's in ship shape.
Sounds like a plan. Alright, come on, save our baseball. I want to lose this. One of our few weapons to defend ourselves in creepy shadows. Seriously, I can't even throw it. Alright, the baseball is safe. Maybe since we took the fireworks, we can use them later on to, like, scare people off. Who hasn't done a pop bottle rocket fight, right? that way and work our way down. Where is... There's the... This way. Oh, jeez. He's not worried about breaking an ankle? I mean, my luck in real life, I probably would have just broke both my ankles right there. Whee! It does save a lot of time getting down, though. Wow, that cannot be a safe passage. You think repairing that little crossing might be something we'd have to do? Ooh, creepy fog. Yeah, I guess it is early morning, right?
Oh, it's actually pretty damn cold out here.
Roger that. Warms up fast. The mornings are cold in Boulder, though, right?
Yeah, they are.
What did you get up to down there? I mean, what's life like?
I don't know. I used to just spend a lot of time with our dog, Bucket.
Aw, that's a good name.
He was a good dog.
What type?
A beagle. We got him from the pound.
That's great. Hey, can you hold on a sec?
Sure. I'm just gonna keep hiking and hoping it warms up.
Heyo. I don't think so. Why, have you? Okay, good. No, I don't think he has any idea. I'm absolutely sure. Would you? All right. I'll let you know if anything changes in that regard.
What is she talking about?
Hey, sorry about that. Anyway, Bucket's a cute name. You owned him with someone?
Who was that?
Who was who?
I don't think he has any idea. What was that? Were you talking about me?
What?
You left your button pressed or something.
Henry, that call was work. I was just talking to... Actually, it's not really your business. Why are you freaking out?
I'm not freaking out.
Good. I'm gonna go quiet for a little bit. Call me if it's important.
These did seem like she was talking about us. And the normal thing for a person to do is be like, what was that about? Were you talking about me? Oh, don't freak out. I'm not. I'm just curious what it was about. It sounded like you were talking about me. Don't worry about it.
I can see the wire you're talking about. It looks like it's in good shape from here.
We'll follow it up to the top of the trail if you can. You can head back as soon as you give me the all clear.
Got it.
Is there a box near here?
Hey, I found a structure that might have been an outhouse once, I think.
Whoa, you don't need my permission to go to the bathroom, but, use abandoned shitters at your own peril.
I mean, I'm in the right area.
Yeah, the wire runs quite a ways north. Just follow it up to the point that I mentioned.
Go on there. Weird way for them to jog around that spot, but they do show the power line on the map. I want to take a look behind here first. Anything interesting to find? Oh, look. Yeah. Hey, I remember the password.
Huh. Found an old hat from a Korean war vet.
You'd be surprised how many former service members take this gig.
Well, makes sense.
I imagine if you've been through war, you probably can't get enough silence.
Anything I should know about the cabin at the top of this hill? Hello? Okay, then.
Take that as a no. It looks pretty messed up anyway. Oh, it was in a fire. They would have cleaned this up a bit better. Cigarette butt. I wonder if this is how the fire started. Or is this signs that someone's been using this as a place to rest? Since it would provide some shelter. Not a lot. But more cigarette. I'm thinking somebody's using this. I personally would be afraid of it falling over. Especially during like a heavy storm. Like normal use would probably be fine, but if there's a heavy storm or something, I would not count on that staying very safe. Climb up this way. Nope, gotta hop the log. Oh, look, there's a piece missing. Well, there's your problem. Need more cash. Ox rest. Is what they labeled it as. Cash 302 is coming up. Oh, went too far. There it is. Hey, passport. The map info. The note. Uh, what's that? July 30th, 86. Dave. Oh, I got your note about needing to talk. Sorry I didn't track you down. Been looking for you all day. Figured you'd be out near the canyon helping those grad students, but I guess not. I don't even know how I could really help anyway. We're coworkers, you know? Amigos professionales. If you need someone to throw a case back with and a good time traveling, Ron's your guy, but I'm not great with that life stuff. You get it. Later, Ron.
Hey, who are these guys, Ron and Dave? They're leaving notes for each other in the boxes. Is there any chance one of them was that guy I saw in the canyon? You know, the guy with the flashlight?
No, they're both rangers. They're not out here this season. I didn't really know him that well, but I always assumed the only thing Ron cared about was chasing tail and getting loaded. It's somehow comforting to know that he was able to keep up a correspondence with someone who wasn't going to send him a topless Polaroid.
What's that about a topless Polaroid? Critics rave about over a crime by the numbers. 6 feet down under. Ironic that it sounds like it's one related to Australia and his wife is from Australia. Pine cone. Ah, the paper's acting like it's attached. Alright, let's see what that added to our map here. Not a lot. A supply drop coming up, but that's about it. Alright, let's go around. You know what's funny? We've already played. This is about as far as I made it the first time I played with my sister. We got up to the top where we saw the line, and that was it. We stopped for supper, and then we ended up watching a movie rather than play some more. Been a long time. That was like when this was still pretty new.
Guess what?
What is it?
There's a bunch of empty cans up here.
Same as before?
Yep.
These fucking kids.
How could these girls be so stupid?
Trust me, I never underestimate the stupidity of a drunk teenager. Also, I never underestimate the balls of a drunk young woman, having been one.
Well, I hopped down a drop and now I can't climb back up.
That is a pickle.
I mean, I can just keep hiking, but I figured I should let you know in case I get myself trapped out here.
How adventurous of you.
I've been doing a lot more climbing out here than I expected.
Well, keep your radio charged. I'd hate to one day find a skeleton with an orange backpack at the bottom of a ravine.
I feel like that can was was to mislead them. I think it's that guy that watched. He's probably up to no good. Because there was only one can. The girls left lots of cans when they did stuff. So the chances of one can being there seems like it's a red herring to me. Oh, we're not even near. I thought we were more up towards near where the supply drop was. We're not even. Yeah. Close is not even near where we are. Oh, here we go. Never mind.
Hey, so the wire is definitely down out here. I just found it.
That's actually good to hear. I can send someone out to fix it. Good find.
Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't look like the wind. It looks like it was cut deliberately.
I knew it the moment you said you found their trash. These idiots are gonna pay. Do they realize this is how people die? I mean, what if something happened to one of my lookouts while this was going on? And God forbid there's an actual fire
Yeah, they're
burning out of
panties.
control.
What do you want to do?
I want you to go find them.
And then what?
I haven't thought that far
Shoot
ahead.
them with fireworks.
That's not true. Everything that comes to mind is illegal.
Let's hear it.
Oh yeah?
Hey, I came out here for a breath of fresh air and some adventure. What do you got?
I think I want you to just find them and scare the hell out of them.
Yeah, I'd make a spooky ghost costume, but they stole my sheets.
I don't know. Wait for them to wander off and wreck their camp. Something that would make a teenage girl run home to mommy and daddy.
I'll find them.
Thanks.
But I am gonna need a raise.
Don't hold your breath. I'd start by hiking back towards your tower and just keep an eye out for anything that would lead you to them.
Well, they're big into Red Eagle.
Great. See if you can find the path they took down from there. Maybe they looped back around towards the lake or something. I doubt they're where they were yesterday, but they obviously can't have gone far.
And now they don't have any underwear. They used it to do a fine. Anything going this way? Pick up the map real quick. We want to go up towards that supply drop anyways.
I've got an overgrown trail here,
Yeah, that'll happen.
so I'm screwed when it comes to getting past it.
Screwed until you clear it yourself, yeah.
Great. Well, if I come across some tools, I'll add groundskeeping to my ever-increasing list of responsibilities.
All right. Well, towards we go. Been a while since we've seen a beer can. Whee!
I gotta tell you, all this climbing and jumping, it's pretty invigorating.
Just wait for the rest of the summer when you'll be sitting on your fat ass 14 hours a day.
He did bring a typewriter. It seems like he's only typing a diary so far, but maybe he'll end up doing a story. But a bunch of mischievous, like, nudie strippers get themselves killed by being idiots in the forest. Start by messing with the main protagonist that the story's following. The guy that's up there just to get some peace and quiet. Nope, nothing for us here. That's where we'll probably have events to get food later times. We'll go down towards cache 241. I wonder if this is supposed to be the way that we came in to begin with. Looks different. You never know. Clearly where they bring in supplies and drop them off for us.
Hey, I'm out at a ravine. What's this thing that spans across it?
That is how you get to my sector.
No kidding. Well, let me hike over.
Well, it's locked up and mainly for emergencies. I've never actually used it. Rangers use it from time to time, but that's it.
Help! Oh, God, it's an emergency!
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got eyes on a tornado. I gotta get out of here.
A tornado in the heart of the Rockies?
Yes!
Holy moly, I need to call this in. Tom, Two Forks sees a tornado. He says he needs an evac into my sector. It's a meteorological impossibility. There haven't been tornadoes in the greater Yellowstone region in 100 million years. You're gonna need him to stay and take a detailed personal account, even if it means giving his life. Okay, I'll tell him. Sorry, Hank. No dice.
Man. There's an abandoned pack out here.
And it's not one of the teens?
No, it looks like it was lost a long time ago.
Well, you could always pilfer it for supplies.
What have we here?
Well, I am flush with ropes now. That pack was full of them, in decent condition, too.
That's lucky.
I mean, there's enough rope here that I could just leave them hooked up, I think. Oh, get this. This pack came with one of those cardboard single-use cameras.
With pictures left?
Yeah, he only used 3 or 4.
Neato.
Thank you, Brian Goodwin.
Wait, who?
The bag had the name Brian Goodwin sewn into the top.
Huh. Wow.
Do you know him?
Yeah, I just haven't heard that name in a few years.
He was a lookout?
Yeah, kinda, I guess. He was stationed in Two Forks, your lookout, with his dad Ned 3 summers ago. Great kid.
You can bring children out here?
No. You know, I'm not a stickler for rules. They took off halfway through the summer.
Why? Where did they go?
I don't know. I never really hit it off with old Ned, and, one day they were just gone. Sucks.
Maybe the dad
Anyway,
failed them.
so it goes.
The isolation
Fun with
sending
that
them
camera.
employees.
Try not to snap anything that would scar a Photodome employee.
I don't know. I got a lot of hiking to do. Might get bored.
Well, I'm bored as rocks, so I'll keep you company while you find those girls, huh?
Oh, you're talking to us again? Not annoyed anymore? Alright. Be nice if it zoomed into the part of the map we're actually at. Look, there's a little spot that goes off on its own to the north, bunch to the south. Dave. Oh, this is an earlier note. Dave, guess who's going out with Debbie next week? No, not that shit. Shit heel Steve. It's your man Ron. I went out to check out the new guy at Two Forks and heard him talking to himself. More than usual for lookouts. So I figured I'd stay away. Remember when you saw Jimmy Rock having himself in that hammock? I'm starting to think the Forest Service only picks the deranged and perverted. Except for us, of course. We're the creme de la creme. Let's toast to Deb at that spot. Ron.
Someone found a fossil and put it in a cash box.
Could be the same person who left that antler.
Maybe they're leaving me an entire creature, piece by piece.
Didn't realize we could keep the notes. Wish I'd kept some of the others. North would be this way. We just came down there. This is probably that swing around thing we saw on the map.
Hey, sorry about snapping at you earlier. I thought about it, and yeah, I suppose that must have sounded kind of weird when you heard me take that other call. Plus, you're just out here in your own head. Trust me, I know how it is. So, did you break any hearts back in Colorado when you took this job? I myself have chosen to never get attached to anyone who would miss me, but I know I'm a bit of an outlier. Wait, I don't mean that the way it sounds. I mean, I care about people, and I like companionship as much as the next person. But why does it have to come from the same person for your whole life? My Aunt Kathy was married to the same guy for 4 decades, and when he died, she found out he'd been having an affair with a real estate broker for 15 years, whereas my Aunt Judy traveled the world dating artists and musicians as she saw fit. Call me crazy, but I'd rather spend a week in bed with Sonny Bono than half a lifetime with some cheating stockbroker.
I'm actually married.
But you're here.
She's sick, and I shouldn't be here, but I am.
I'm sorry, Henry. What is it?
We'll get into it.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, you are here, and it's beautiful, and escaping isn't always something bad.
Yeah, sure.
Look, I gotta go do a thing, but I'll have a radio. Okay, call me if you need to.
Will do. wanted to report something for a second there.
Hey, Delilah?
What do you got? You found him?
No, not yet. Why would there be a fence out here?
Because sometimes hikers go ass over tea kettle when on a trail.
So the Forest Service would put up a big chain link fence?
A chain link fence?
Yeah, it looks like it surrounds a huge area.
Huh. That's weird.
What do you think they're keeping in? What do they not want to have get out of there?
Oh, geez, so many things.
Should I just stop you now?
Maybe loads of hedgehogs.
Okay.
Thousands even. Full percentage points of the global hedgehog population.
Uh-huh.
The New Zealand government is up in arms. Where are all the hedgehogs? Well, folks are hiding them all in Wyoming. That's where they are. Who would do that and why? Haha. That is the real mystery.
Really glad I kept you in the loop. Thanks for all of the high-quality information.
Okay. I'll ask what's up if I talk to someone in the next few days who I think might know.
From this burned section of forest, I have no idea where to go. Their trail is pretty cold at this point.
You're out by Mule Point. No one would camp out in a fireweed. Well, I want you to stay out there as a favor to little old me.
My pleasure.
Okay, we know these young women are sloppy. They must have left some sort of trail.
All right, let's go back and look for beer cans. They took a different path down the fence. They must have went the other way, away from the fence.
I'm having a hell of a time getting this fucking flapjack off his ass and out to repair that wire.
Excuse me, Flapjack?
You know, like a loser, a chotch.
I really don't, but I do now.
Well, the next time you're at a bar and some banker steps on your foot so he can order his crappy martini, you've got just the name to use.
Hey, Flapjack, why don't you wait your turn before I bounce your face off a dumpster?
It's beautiful!
Oh, we haven't found any dead bodies. That's a burned tree. Picture of the burned tree.
What does she have?
She's got Alzheimer's, like, dementia.
Whoa. How old was she?
Is she? She's alive. She's with her family in Melbourne, Australia. She's 43.
Fuck.
Yeah.
What was it like when you guys found out?
We were scared shitless. We went straight to the doctor after her first spell or whatever. They diagnosed her, and we were both just very scared. Can't really tell when Julia is scared. She just gets quiet. She was very quiet.
Left will take us back to connect up. Go left so I can at least connect up the wire. Then we'll come back and check out to the right. After all, we got enough rope to just connect the lines now, right? Rope hook. They clearly didn't come this way. Otherwise, there'd be a rope. One second. Every once in a while, we're getting stutters. I'm gonna go back to 1080p. Setting it up to be 4K was just me being curious to see if it would scale down automatically. Not all games do. Oh, look, it didn't. Oh, 1080p. Doesn't look like it actually went 4K. Yeah, it didn't. Guess it doesn't do that DL, or what is it? Super sampling? DLSS? It's been quite a while since we've seen a beer can or anything that would look like a sign of their passing. I'm thinking girls got away with it. Oh, another rope.
I see a really thin plume of smoke.
Yeah, I see it too. A thin plume like this is either a new fire or a campfire.
Campfire. You think it's them?
I reckon so.
It looks like it's to the southwest of me.
That's right. If you hike towards 5 Mile Creek, that should put you in the neighborhood. Keep an eye on that smoke plume. Let me know if it's getting any larger.
Will do.
Down we go. All right.
Wow. I'm on top of a natural bridge out here.
Really? Is it a complete arch?
No, I guess the bridge is out here. Still, I think I could jump this gap to get across the canyon.
Well, you're a regular Evel Knievel.
Oh yeah, you should see the jumpsuit I'm wearing.
See where it leads before we rappel down. We could just connect it to the other side. Might be a good idea if we're getting towards that campfire. Not gonna worry about it. We'll continue on down to Jonesy Lake from the other spot, and then way down to where we need to go. Computer's acting up a little bit. Settling down.
So, how'd you meet?
Met in a bar.
The birthplace of modern romance.
I walked over and asked her what her major was because I thought she was a student, not a prof.
Smooth.
That's me. I did make the first move, though.
Aw, you were brave.
I was drunk.
Goes hand in hand.
I'm down in Thunder Canyon. I'm not seeing that smoke anymore.
Oh, it's still burning away. Try heading west from where you are. If you loop past the lake, there should be a trail that'll take you further south.
Thanks, that helps.
that this thing has flash flood warning issues with it. It's got a small trail, but in a heavy rainstorm, this would probably fill up pretty quick. Ooh, getting close to cache 305. There's that. I think this is literally the trail we took when we first came down here to find, when we were coming back from them doing their little skinny dip teleportation disappearing act.
Did your wife's illness have anything to do with you taking this job, or did you just fall prey to the service's big recruiting push? When it comes to, how the hell you ended up out here?
I saw the job in the paper and figured, what the heck.
What the heck? I've got no ties and no life. Better go spend what's left of it in utter loneliness.
Something like that?
Yeah, thanks to last summer, the bump in Forest Service budget actually allowed for us to advertise for the job. Glad it worked.
What happened last summer that accounted for this windfall?
Jeez. I mean, the federal government almost let Yellowstone National Park burn to the ground? Ring a bell?
Yellowstone is 15 miles away. Why would they do that?
Well, the short story is that for 60 years, we got very good at not letting forest fires happen. And then about 15 years ago, they decided that forest fires in wilderness areas like Yellowstone should be left to burn. So that's what they did. I can't believe you didn't hear about this. There were reports that the entire park was gone. Dan Rather telling the country that President Reagan didn't care on the nightly news. I mean, what the hell's he gonna do? Smoke jump in and snuff one out for the Gipper?
So what should they have done?
I don't even know. By the time the Yellowstone folks
Controlled
realized
fire
the little
burn?
fires weren't going to burn themselves out, 100,000 acres were gone. It's Yellowstone, People don't want to touch it. But we touch it every single day. But hey, I got a 30 cents an hour raise because we can't have another fiasco. Like the goddamn park can burn down again.
You'd be surprised. Hey, all right, this one's 2 months after that last one we read, but about a month after the first one we read. Rowan, got some bad news back at home, so hopefully they'll let me out of here for a while. Who's to say though, budgets being what they are? Did you get my note about what went down at Wapiti? Sheriff isn't too pleased with me, but I don't know. I probably overdid it. Wish you would have been there. Guess you must have got hung up. Dave. P.S. Amigos is Spanish and professionales is Italian.
I found a sweatshirt from the University of Eastern Colorado. Maybe it's one of the girls. I mean, it's been here a long time.
There's a University of Eastern Colorado?
I really don't think there is.
Why would somebody make that up?
Right, and then put it on a sweatshirt.
The world's a weird place.
Neil Black thought a trip to California would do him good. He'd soak up some sun, drive a convertible, maybe even enjoy a poolside drink with a tiny umbrella. But in Richard Sturgeon's fourth entry in the Neil Black series, California is nothing but a dream. An emergency landing after a murder in the first class. Oh, wow. A lot of murder books. I feel like they're trying to hint that there's going to be murder afoot. Why would someone put on a shirt that would fake them being at university? Maybe get other young university goers let down their guards. They can't get close enough to gank them. PD Meadow. I kind of want to go check out what PD Meadow now that it's mentioned what PD Meadow. But the game has us going this way. And that's literally the opposite the way we need to go. Looks like the trail actually connects, but it must connect right around the center there, right?
What are you gonna do when the fire season wraps up? Are you gonna go be with her? Just go back to Boulder? You should go be with her.
Maybe I'll go visit. I don't know.
Well, why not?
She's with her family in Melbourne. They're not big fans of mine.
Oh,
Her sister, Susan, is great, but her parents, I think they always thought she could do better, and that I could have done a better job looking after her.
fuck that. I have no doubt you did your best.
I don't know.
If you want to go visit her, you should go. Don't let a couple of assholes keep you away from someone you love.
I'll think about it.
Sure, we saw the skinny dippers? Or, well, the shadow. Game's got no problem dropping F-bombs, but tiny pixelated nudity for a brief moment. Alright, this is where we first saw their camp. And they are definitely gone. I think they'd at least be glad that we picked up after them. They left a huge mess here. We put out their fire, picked up all their beer cans, confiscated the fireworks and half a thing of whiskey, but other than that, we did them a favor. Sucks that you can't run when you have the map out. Here we are. This is what we were looking for. Looks just that way. I find it ironic that a bag full of rope that's been out here for at least a year, just hanging on a tree, is in better condition than the rope we found in the forestry supply box for us to use this year. None of these are broken. The one that was specifically stored here for us did. Then again, it could have been an old rope that they had for decades and just never replaced. Gosh, 309's nearby. I bet we get more of this Ron and Dave story. Get our map updated.
How many hikers go missing in the Shoshone?
Michael Mitch, age 31, 6'2", 165 pounds, short brown hair, distinctive facial hair. Turn info. Was last seen around Jonesy Lake on the July 3rd, 81. First reported missing on July 29th. That's a long time. By Forest Service personnel, he is not known to be familiar with the area. Last seen around Jonesy Lake. He drives a 72 Ford F-250, blue and white, Montana license plate. If you have seen, contacted them, or have more information, please call Shoshone National Forest.
More than none, unfortunately, with most of them being in this area. The thoroughfare because it's so remote. Why?
I found an old flyer for a missing hiker. It just got me thinking, that's all. Like how you said one day you were talking to the Goodwins and then the next you weren't.
Ned Goodwin didn't get mauled by a bear or stuck in a ravine. He was just a PTSD'd a-hole who dragged his son out to do a job and realized it was a bad idea.
What, grizzlies won't kill an a-hole? They don't have a taste for unapologetic pricks?
Nope, it's why we haven't lost a ranger in 11 years.
So, You don't think anything bad happened to those guys?
Yeah, I guess it's possible, but we usually find evidence of stuff like that. For instance, if you were to be hunted down and torn to shreds, I'm sure someone would come across a bloody beard and shredded pair of ugly cargo shorts.
I like these shorts.
I'm sure you do, Henry.
Boy, for as dry as it is this summer, there's an area down here that's lush.
Oh, you must be talking about the Aspen Grove down there.
Yeah, I think that's where I am.
Those trees are actually one root organism. Did you
I
know
was about
that?
to say that.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I
they
did,
share
actually.
their water as a colony that can live for hundreds of years, even through fire. Can you believe you're actually getting paid to learn all of these amazing things? Also, by what it looks like on this map, you'll be coming up on a stream that should lead you towards where we saw that smoke.
Yep. Yeah, it's one of the world's largest organisms because it's in one, like 100 kilometers, hundreds of square kilometers of these trees, but they're all one, technically all one tree. Genetically identical. I always thought that was. They circling something? Or just floating around for.
Hey, what's to the south of here?
Mexico? Is this some sort of riddle?
I just have a nice view to the south. You know, trees and mountains forever.
Well, eventually you'll wander into the area overseen by Chimney Rock Lookout, but that's probably an impossible hike in terms of terrain.
On going.
It's a really nice waterfall down here.
And a cloth.
Given those girls love a skinny dipping, I bet they're nearby. There's some cloth out here. It looks like it was torn from something.
Strange.
I'll keep looking around.
It looks like it's flying. The ghost cloth. Kind of wish that there's a button that, rather than having to press up to bring up the map and the compass, there should be you can hit a button and it just brings it. We got off target. Got to cross the water again. Going this way. Little rock formation, if I do say so myself, which I did. So I do.
I see a campsite, and it looks like they've got a fire.
Is it them?
That seems like it. I swear, they must have dragged 4 cases of beer out here.
Track them down, and don't let them see you.
What a job this is.
Yeah, they're back.
I have entered the teen zone.
Oh, really? And where's that?
It's the name of a magazine for girls. It's on the ground here at their camp.
Aim your hunk.
Well, I found some dangerous hunks.
What on earth are you...
It's another one of those magazines. Ah, found my sheets!
So they did break into your tower.
Looks like... These girls have a full case of beer left here. A full case.
Well, they're impressive little shits, I guess.
That is some dedication.
Wait, are we not supposed to be taking stuff?
Their tent looks like it's been through the shredder, which would explain that scrap I found.
What could have done that? Like a bear or, I don't know, it sounds crazy, but even a bull elk if it's off its rocker.
Whatever did it, did not hold back.
You've got that camera, right?
Some of their clothes are all torn up.
That's not good.
You know, maybe I should take one of their sleeping bags as payback.
At this stage, take whatever you want.
I hope you're okay, dear Psycho. I hope you're fucking happy. We're leaving and we're going to find the police or whatever and tell them about how you creeped on us in the lake and then came and destroyed our campsite. We did not.
Looks like someone left a note.
Intriguing. Maybe you should read it.
And came and destroyed our campsite and all of our stuff. Oh, and stealing panties is gross. Out. You're probably a mental fucking axe murderer and are so going to jail. I hope it was worth being a jerk over some fireworks, dick.
Okay, yeah.
Let me know what it says.
Oh, they're gone for sure.
Well, what's it say?
Threatening to call the police because they think I attacked them.
Oh my god, well, did you?
No, well, hey, I didn't do this. Okay, someone or something went to town here, but it wasn't me.
Because I told you to scare them, not assault them.
I didn't. Of course I didn't.
This was done before we got
There's
here.
a stereo in the lake.
Yeah, I really wish you wouldn't have done that.
This is, I don't know, weird as hell, but it wasn't me.
It's okay. I believe you. Weird stuff happens in the woods. It could be other campers. They could be having a bad mushroom trip. We really don't know, but they're gone. There's no way to call the cops. They're not coming back, and we can get to work. I'd really like to start enjoying a quiet summer.
Yeah, me too.
Nope. We did not do anything. The whole bit where she's like, I told you to scare them, not assault them. It's like, yeah, when we were hunting them down just now, and then we got here and found it already destroyed. When the hell did I have time to assault them? Like, we were talking to her the whole time. Climb boards downstairs to patch up the window. Is that other creep,
Hey,
I bet.
Henry?
Yeah.
What do you look like?
Why are you asking?
Because I'm horribly superficial.
Well, I get confused for Burt Reynolds all the time.
Oh, is that so?
Women say that we have a similar musk.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you asked.
Okay, well, that gives me a good start. Now let's see. In my scope, I can only tell you're a white guy wearing shorts.
It's hot. And maybe, by the way, I'm not white. It's not very, PC or whatever they say.
Oh my god, you are the whitest man. Wow. I don't need a spotting scope for that. And if not shorts, then what do you normally like to wear?
I don't know. I like to look nice, usually. Well, I try now, I guess.
Had a bit of a schlubby period, did we?
Yeah, a good 25, 30 years, yeah.
But, now you'll put on a clean shirt?
Yeah, well, I have one that I got for Christmas, actually. Just, it's navy with white buttons, but I like it. I don't wear it that much, though.
Well, it sounds just perfect. Now tell me about your face. I'm looking at you across the bar. What do I see?
A pretty thick beard.
Oh, have you always had a beard?
For a while, yeah.
All right, perfect. I want to know about your eyes.
Get out of here.
I'm drawing you. I need to know.
You're what?
Is that okay?
Chance you're not.
Don't
You
answer.
can't
I'm
see
gonna
me.
do it regardless.
Fine.
Your eyes, tell me.
They're steely. A cold, hard stare.
Like a Siberian husky.
Sure.
Okay, got it. Thank you,
I'm one
Henry.
more broad.
You get what you need?
Absolutely.
And compare it to the drawing our wife did of us. Although that one has us au natural. Maybe over by the outhouse there'll be another board we can use. Could always use the creepy guy. Would have covered most of the window. Give us a hint to where to look for the board. We need one more to board up the window. Just darn. Maybe down by the fence? Or maybe not. Where am I even going? Get a couple more boards. Ooh, the medicine wheel might be cool to look at. I know it's not what our objective is right now, but oh, no. Yeah. Brush that needs clearing. Not what I was looking for, apparently. The random dead end. Odd. Maybe we clear path. Maybe we get to drop down a rope there later. Here we are. We're at the medicine wheel. Don't ask me why, but I was expecting more. I guess we need tools to clear the path. The slides are pretty and all, but I think we might need to go find a board. Steph board. That's looking for a new job. Part-timing as a window. Stay out. These I'm going the right way back. No, I'm going the long way back. That should lead us back the way we just came in. interesting. I was wrong. Seemed promising at first, though. This is where we came in. Or this is where our base is. I wouldn't think we'd have to go too far from that, but I'm not seeing any other board. Oh wait, I think the one supply cache had a board. The 306 there probably. That's west northwest. This way. I remember pulling a board out and we found a book underneath it. I think we just dropped the board. Another granola bar. Oh, we dropped one around here. Might have been a different one. One of the caches had a board. Maybe it was 303. I know it wasn't 305, 309. If we go north, take that path, we can cut east. Oh, it's still blocked. Okay. Can we look the other woman in our basement? No, we're not we're not the bad guy. We're just a guy that wife had sudden onset Alzheimer's, and he tried to take care of her for a while, but eventually couldn't take it anymore, and like he started drinking, got arrested for being drunk one night, and so she was left alone for the night. So we told his sister-in-law, who he's on good terms with. We told her parents, who he's not on good terms with, and they flew up from Melbourne to take her home. And because he had been dealing with her Alzheimer's alone for quite a while, when he saw a newspaper report for doing Firewatch for a season, he decided he needed the break, and we came out here to take it. We are not the bad guy. We did see a guy, the shadow of a guy, standing up top, shining a light down at us in our eyes. I'm betting it's him. We found the backpack of another person. The son of a guy that did this job the year before. He was out here because his dad dragged him out here. His dad was suffering from PTSD. And then they both suddenly disappeared mid-season. So either the dad snapped and killed the son, or the son snapped, killed his dad. The thing is, we found the son's bag and not the dad's. Taking the dad. This is not the one that had the board. I'm gonna be slightly annoyed at bring myself all the way out here. Should be, yeah, right here. It wasn't this one. The next one was way up there too. If any of you guys have played this and you know where the last port is, and you know I'm going nowhere near it, feel free to tell me. Bear is definitely an option. I'll have to keep an eyes open for cocaine adult bears. The cocaine grizzly is a rare but ferocious species, very territorial. If you are unlucky enough to come across them and you don't have a bump to give them, they will maul you. Although the population of cocaine grizzlies has dwindled since the fall of fall of the 80s, where the cocaine saw its heyday. That could be what that fence was supposed to be keeping in was cocaine bears. So we best be on our best lookout here. We won't want to be snuck up upon one of those grizzlies looking for the next hit. I know we found a board in one of the supply caches. I think I ended up dropping it on the ground. There's also I think there's one of the ones that had a note that I ended up not taking. I didn't notice there was an option for keeping the note at first. Beautiful forest though. Now see if I was walking this, I'd be wanting to have my audible going. Phew, went too far. Also gone too far. Where's the oh there's a long is right here, the long drop. I was trying to be all smart thinking I would go up, come around to get the two caches, but I did it opposite direction I should have. Now I just feel like an idiot. Mind you, it's the feeling I'm used to. No big deal. Never feel bad about feeling like an idiot. Just learn from the experience, and that's all that you need. How's your day going, my god? No encounters with cocaine bears, I hope. Oh, that's where we saw that vent. Hey, look, there's a hole in the stone. That's where the Federation watches through a hollow blind. Clearly, the hollow blind's acting up, as is always the case whenever they use hollow technology in Star Trek. For how ubiquitous they make it sound, you think the technology would be a lot more stable. Although I did see one theory that kind of put it out like the Enterprise having holodeck was like the first real use of holodecks in or the first of the wider use of like every ship having a holodeck. Because there had people acting like they'd never seen one before. So the Enterprise Galaxy class must have been the first class of ship where a holodeck was standard. And the Enterprise being, I'm guessing, would be the first Galaxy class ship in production. And unless there is a USS Galaxy. But so it would explain maybe why they had so much trouble with it. Mind you, everybody now takes it as though holodeck technology itself is super buggy and unreliable just because of that. I personally like to think that the wider use of the technology through the galaxy is quite stable, and it's just because we're following the Enterprise and its crew and all the weirdness that happens around them. And in the interest of making stories, there's some of the buggiest ones because it's like prototype holodeck. Yeah. Even though they have like 4 holodecks, it almost always is the same holodeck they use that has the issues. All right, now these are clearly boards that it's not letting me take. Mind you, these ones kind of smell like shit. There's the old cabin. On a bush. Clearly, he didn't want to walk directly over the bush to brush his balls off or something. One way of wiping your ass, just spread your legs and directly walk over a bush. Sounds kind of painful, though. Maybe not the best method. I think this is the one, but I don't see the board. Plus side, we got to keep the note. But there's no board here. All this walking has been for nothing. Part of me wants to restart the current day. Now we got the oh so enjoyable long walk back. There's the burnt down cabin. Not expecting it to have anything, but maybe? I forgot there was a box here. Nothing inside it, though. Oh! Jeez! Oh, God. Was not expecting that. The life and times of Raccoon Carter. Get attacked by a raccoon, probably didn't get creeped. Well, if they're probably sure. All right. Surprised we didn't get a comment about getting attacked by the raccoon. All right, let's work our way back to our base. All right. Do 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 do. Ma-na-na-na. Ma-na-na-na-na. It looks like there might have been a pass that I missed back there. All right. Maybe that drop. Thinking we can't get to it. It's unfortunate because it looks like it should connect. Right about by that pole. But that's definitely a drop more than we can actually take. All right, we're back by the creek. Thunder Canyon. Oh. Positive it wasn't 309 or 305. Not positive enough to worry about it. Down. I wonder if we ever get to meet Delilah. We seem to have a pretty good rapport with her, but that could just be her being bored and always being that open to talk people. Like, there's some people that are just naturally that charismatic. They're just like flirty and fun with everybody. They don't think of it as being flirty at all. I knew a girl like that when I went to high school. She was a really good waitress. Always got great tips because she knew how to be flirty. But then again, like I said, it's just natural to her. Just naturally very bubbly and fun and flirty with everybody. Are you kidding? It was right freaking there. Oh my god. My headcanon is that it was. Oh, and there was another one right here. My headcanon is those weren't there. Don't put them there as we walked about because they're like, here, the guy, this guy's clueless. Fine, here. Only needed one more.
I got that window all patched up. So, what should I do now? What's next?
What's next? What do you think is next?
Well, you've been the one giving me tasks for 2 days straight.
What's next is you sit in that room until September 1st and call me at the first sign of smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't you let me know when you're mentally prepared for that task and, I'll give it to you.
Holy crap, I think I might have just gotten rabies.
Go on.
I'm sniffing around an old lookout and I got attacked by a raccoon.
Did he bite you?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you're probably fine. Wait, is the lookout you're in burned to a crisp and filled with raccoons?
Apparently.
Ooh, Hawk's Rest.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're doing.
What do you mean? I just like to stay out of haunted places myself.
Okay, go on. Out with it.
You want to hear about Raccoon Carter? So, some years ago, way before my time, a man named Winthrop Carter was stationed at Hawk's Rest.
One
He
book
was
doesn't look
an
like it fit.
angry loner. The story was he lost his life savings betting on horse fights
Horse fights?
in Mexico. So he did what a lot of us do in times of trouble. He signed up with the Forest Service to watch for fires. His first night in his lookout, there was a break-in, and the break-ins didn't stop. Finally, one night he awoke to find someone in his lookout. He reached for his hand axe and threw it at the figure, and just before the axe killed its target, he heard a small voice cry, "Help!"
What was
Raccoon we saw.
A raccoon.
Oh, of course.
See, back in these days, the Forest Service wasn't so good about dropping off food and supplies, and, well, Carter was hungry. So he did what anyone would do. He skinned and ate it. Eventually, Carter didn't want to eat anything else. It was raccoons or nothing. But one
Got a
night,
picture of
as
her
he
telling us the
sharpened
story.
his raccoon blade, there was a scratching at the door. He looked towards it, and again, heard a tiny voice. "Help! Help!" He approached slowly, knife in hand, and ripped the door open. But no one was there. But then, from under the bed, he heard another small voice. "Help! Help!" Carter looked under the bed, and, of course, nothing was there either. So, startled but believing he was just tired, Raccoon Carter went out hunting, and for the first night in months, came up empty. Now, in bed, his stomach rumbling, he hears the voice again. "Help! Help!" And now, he wonders if it's coming from inside of him. But then, a figure appears at the edge of the bed. Again, he reaches for his axe, but in its place is another figure. He looks for the door, and there are more and more figures. Beady, glowing eyes peering out through dark masks. He leaps out of bed, horrified, slips and hits his head. And before he can get up, he feels hundreds of little fingers and razor-sharp teeth digging into his skin. Far away in Bighorn Tower, the lookout reported hearing a voice echoing through the valley. Loud at first, and then smaller and smaller, until they faded away forever. Help! 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 And that's the story of Raccoon Carter. His ghost still wanders through the valley, moaning, "Help! Help!" on hot summer nights.
So, what did the raccoons want help with in the end?
Huh?
Well, they kept crying out for help, help, help.
Ah, hell if I know. Listen, you can't trust raccoons.
Okay, I think I am ready to tackle my long-term commitment of keeping this national forest safe from total destruction.
I am glad to hear you've really thought this through.
Of course.
We've issued you a comfy chair to sit in and everything.
You know, it's not really that comfy. I mean, it's wooden and there's no padding. I think I actually got a splinter in my thigh this morning.
Aww. Well, regardless, take a seat. The forest depends on you.
All right, 9 days in now. Or 8 days in, on to the 9th.
Hello, Henry. Having a nice afternoon?
I might never leave.
Well, I called with some bad news. 2 young women, Chelsea Stevens and Lily McLean, were reported missing. They've got parents out in California who haven't heard from them in a week. They were supposed to meet an aunt down in Cody. If they're the girls from last week, then you're probably the last person to have seen them.
You should tell whoever that I'm happy to be questioned. I caused them some trouble, but nothing major. I never even got very close to them.
Well,
One stereo, that's it.
look, it's not gonna be an issue. I mean, if they turn up dead, then maybe. Should I just not say anything and save us the trouble?
I think it's worth mentioning something.
Yeah. I'll keep it vague. I really don't want to talk to the cops.
Me neither.
All right, Henry, thanks. Enjoy the sunset.
I feel like she's up here avoiding issues of her own.
Henry? Henry, wake up. Get out of bed and pick up the radio.
What do you want?
Hey, you big dumb idiot.
Hi, Jules.
Oh, you sound tired.
I am.
Are you having a nice time?
Making a weird voice, okay?
I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on.
Oh, that's too bad.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Wife, right? Julia?
Well, I'll let you get back to sleep then.
Okay, Jules.
Delilah seems nice.
Sure.
Bye, baby.
What? We gotta keep talking to her. All you're gonna say? She seemed to be one of the few moments where she's actually cognizant. You had the old wife. Like, sure, it'd be painful, but you know she's not gonna stick around. But
Is it too much of a pain in the ass to bring supplies all the way up to our towers?
Well, I get my stuff hand delivered.
Oh, how's that work?
It's the perks of a decade of service. You're out hiking in 90-degree heat, and I get to do crosswords. Isn't life miserably unfair? Anyway, when you find the supply drop, remember it's not just for you, okay? Other lookouts, biologists, a few people get their food there, and I don't want to have to call in for more. There should be loads of good stuff, though. Beans, prunes, jerky. You know, my
Jerky.
sister eats 6 prunes a day. 6. She's, like, really precise about it. She'd be great at this job if she
She ate
didn't
more
need
than 5.
wheelbarrows full of marijuana to function. So, like, 2 weeks ago, you called me in the middle of the night? You were sleeping, I guess, and all I heard was the name Jules through the mumbles. I just thought it was so sweet. I wanted to wake you up, but then I thought maybe you were having a nice conversation and I'd just be spoiling it.
Oh, it was all in our
You're
head?
doing okay, you know, when it comes to her.
I shouldn't be out here.
Yes, you should.
No, I just ran away from my problems.
No, you didn't. We all fuck up. Look. So, a couple of months before I took this job, I was with this guy, Javier. He's incredible, caring, sexy as hell. He was a driller down in Casper. We dated for almost 5 years. I was working with the Wyoming Outdoor Leadership School, and I was obsessed with it. I wanted to be an instructor so badly. And I was sure I was going to marry Javier as soon as I could be bothered. Walls was also a good excuse to get out of town, drink whiskey in the mountains, cut loose. Then, Javier's brother got killed working in Gillette, and for some reason, I didn't come home. Javier said it was fine. He'd go to the funeral, take care of his mom, stuff like that. It'd be easier solo. When he came back, he left me. I came out here,
Rightly
I lied,
so.
and told my sister he fucked our neighbor. So, I lied to you. I came out here with a broken heart just like you. I figured you've told me so much about you, so, you know, there's something about me. We both fucked up.
All right, I got everything I need out of here. Time to chow down.
Just yours, right?
Who do you think I am?
Oh, big day jump. 64 days now?
You've got a front row seat for what might be the biggest fire of the year.
Yeah, it's really going.
I'm gonna call it in. They'll send in a hotshot crew for some suppression, but I bet we'll be stuck with her for the rest of the summer. And she doesn't have a name yet. I usually think of something funny or something practical or a little risque when coming up with them. But why don't you do the honors?
Maybe we call it the Flapjack Fire. Can you sell that as a name?
You really like that, huh?
Yeah, I said I did. It's funny.
Fair enough. Flapjack Fire it is. They'll probably ask me if it was a camp cooking accident or something. So there's this creek down the hill, and, you know what my favorite thing to do is?
What's that?
I love to take a bottle of whatever I have on hand, plunge it deep into the water, and let it chill in there all day. And then, on nights like tonight, when it is so disgustingly hot, I have something nice and cool to drink. I learned that from my sister in Santa Fe. She'd do that with a bottle of tequila near her house and make margaritas the size of your head. You would like it there.
If I was there with you, I'm sure I would like it a lot.
Are you looking at the fire?
No, I'm not.
You should. Let me know when you are.
Okay, I'm looking at it again.
I love how they look at night. During the day, it's just smoke, but when the sun is down, you can just get lost.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
Me too.
Good. I don't the other lookouts as much as I talk to you. Not in the same way. I know it's probably been a while since you've connected with someone the way we have. I don't mean to get all heavy, but it's been really nice. I wish I was over there.
I wish you were too.
We could sit outside.
Watch
We
the fire.
could talk without these radios. We could, you know,
What? What could we do?
well, let me tell you.
Watch at the end of this, you never hear from her again. Summer ends and you just go your separate way.
You're going fishing without a license?
It's one fish, and I'm sick of all the stuff I got to eat.
Well, I won't tell anyone you're a poacher. That reminds me, I keep hearing reports from Fish and Game about a problem bear they're trying to keep tabs on. Can you search around the lake for fresh tracks and just let me know what you find? There was a crew burning fire lines out to the east, and, you know, I think sometimes it riles up the wildlife.
Does problem actually mean murderer? Like how Charles Manson is a problem cult leader?
Oh, come on. You just have to look for tracks, that's it.
Ugh, can't believe I'm
There
gonna
are
leave this
cocaine
planet
bears.
as a pile of bear shit.
Thank you, Henry.
Yeah.
This is the whiskey that the other people had. And the fireworks. Are the girls still out here? This is about where we encountered the girls the first, or their camp the first time. But I confiscated that whiskey and fireworks right off the bat. Alright, they want to search the lakeside for tracks. Maybe we can work our way up towards the Wapiti Meadow. That noise. Is that a duck? Or goose? Something?
Someone left their clipboard out here.
Huh. It could have been one of the Fish and Game folks. See if there's a name or a credential or something. I can call it in.
What the? It's. Holy shit.
What's going on? You didn't actually find a bear, did you?
Someone has written down what we said to each other, have been saying.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't talk to the other lookouts as much as I talk to you, not in the same way.
No way.
Wait, hold on. Something's out here.
Henry? I'm worried. You didn't find and eat any mushrooms, did you? I mean, they can be fun, but also, you know, devastating. Regardless, just let me know, okay, buckaroo? Oh, God. I don't know why I just called you that.
Worried. Doesn't seem to be anything near here.
I found a walkie-talkie out here, too.
Okay.
It's going shithouse.
Okay, that's not a good sign.
Henry, are you there? What happened, Henry?
Holy hell, I got hit in the head. Punched or something by someone.
Are you serious? What the hell is going on out there?
I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Let me get this straight. You found a clipboard with, what, transcripts of our conversations? What else is on it?
I don't know. It's gone, along with the radio of theirs. Somebody out here could have just killed me, Delilah.
I don't... What the fuck is going on?
What's Wapiti Station?
I don't know.
I saw the name Wapiti Station right before I was cold cocked. Does Wapiti Station mean anything to you?
Wapiti Meadow. Maybe it's Wapiti Meadow. It's on our maps. It's not too far from where you are right now. It's where you saw that damn fence. It's north of the lake. It looks like there should be a trail somewhere on the north shore of Jonesy Lake.
I'll start hiking that way now. God damn it, my head.
Are you sure you saw what you saw, Henry? Maybe you pissed off some more campers and they came back to sucker punch you. This just seems like a misunderstanding or something.
Why would I make this up? It's an insane lie at worst and a shitty prank at best.
And you've been feeling okay?
I feel fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. I believe you, but that conversation was from 2 weeks ago.
I know they were. So what's to say that they don't have transcripts from 3, 4, or 5 weeks ago?
Our entire relationship, friendship, our whole summer.
Someone is out here with the walkie-talkie taking notes and talking to God knows who. What do you think is going on behind that fence?
Apparently a lot of following you around taking notes, which is unfucking believable, Henry.
Yeah, you're telling me. All right, I'm on my way to Wapiti Meadow. I'll let you know what I find.
Okay.
Maybe we should
There's
switch
got to be a
channels.
reasonable explanation. Also, I'm gonna call around and see if anyone's had anything weird happen to them or seemed spooked. I don't want to make this bigger than it is yet, you know?
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, okay. Hike safe.
At least we didn't find any bear print. Maybe we should have took a picture of the stuff on the ground we saw before we picked it up. That way we'd have photographic evidence. Man, if only we had a axe to chop down and get across. Well, you can just pull out the compass, put the map down instead of up. We're right about there. Really wish we could get across that. I'm sure we'll get an axe at some point.
All right, I'm here. Looks like goddamn Area 51.
Maybe they've got aliens. That'd be exciting.
Yeah, we'll see about that. And what are the odds they left the gate unlocked?
Pretty low, I'd imagine.
Okay. I've given it the good college try. No dice.
Shit.
I don't know how long I can dick around out here until someone notices.
God, if you were an actual firefighter, you'd have that gate down in 2 shakes. Hey, actually, those guys doing the controlled burn, they might be able to help.
Where are they?
Beyond Ruby River, there's a scout camp. They burned a line a few days ago that should let you hike right to them.
Well, that's great.
If they haven't left, they're probably the type of guys who would help you get through that fence.
Scout camp? Is that what she's talking about? Now to the supply drop. It does seem like something he should be able to get over kind of easily on his own. It wasn't electrified or anything. Otherwise, that college try we did would have had a different outcome. Look for controlled burn south of Ruby River. Is yeah, the scout camp. Okay. Cross the river. Stuck in the bush. There we go. That spot. There's the spot that leads us back. Little dead end spot. There's the trail. Those girls going missing. It's a bit ominous. We're there. So if we keep going. That's all right. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully you enjoyed this little experience. I'm enjoying the relationship that they have, but
Hey, I called around. Things seem normal with everyone else.
Has anything strange been happening on your end?
No, nothing really.
Nothing really, or nothing?
Nothing. My door was open the other night, but that's not strange.
That doesn't sound like nothing.
It's nothing, I promise.
All right, I'm headed toward the camp anyway.
Okay. Keep your radio close to you.
watch one of these nights.
Hey, what you just said, keep my radio close to me.
Yeah?
Before I got attacked back at the lake, I saw a radio on the ground, kind of like the one I use.
And?
Do you think that maybe someone was,
I don't know. What?
maybe intercepting our frequency with other radios or something?
Henry...
It's
Had a
just
radio
thought.
and documents of what we
I
had
don't
been
even know
saying.
how you would do that.
Yeah, well, you sound worried.
No, I'm not. Okay, let's not spin out of control. Just keep hiking.
Whatever you say, boss.
You just need to have the same brand set to the same channel. And if it's an encrypted channel because it's the government radio thing, well, then they'd have to have a decryption chip.
I know we don't know what's going on yet, but I don't have a good feeling. I don't like feeling vulnerable. It's not like you can just call the police. I was thinking about the Goodwins. It just struck me that if anything weird like this happened to them, happened to Brian, just how scared he would have been.
he had his dad to protect him. Ned, right?
Yeah.
You don't think he could?
No, you're probably right.
It was 3 years ago. He's in high school now. He's on summer break.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
All right. What? We should be near the medicine wheel. Unless there's been some kind of psycho out here for years killing people. Another damaged tree that we can't chop down. Can't squeeze through there either. All right. All right. So we just keep going south and we should be good. Is there a cache nearby, I wonder? 307 and 308. There it is right there. Yeah, this doesn't seem dangerous at all. Literally double the numbers. Ron, really, with the powers that could be issued, with the powers that be, really wish the powers that be could issue us radios that don't suck ass. Most of the time, I'd prefer to keep things pen to paper, but every once in a while, it'd be nice to get a hold of you right away. My sister keeps leaving me messages at the main office, but I don't think she gets that I took the job so I wouldn't have to deal with her or mom. I've been sitting at the spot for a while now, thinking what to say to her, but I'm a quarter way through a bottle of Fife instead. Miss you, Dave. This is from the year before. The last year they didn't have radios. This year they do. Terminal 7. Thanksgiving South City Airport is packed to the gills. Murder mystery inside an airport. The Accidental Savior. A lot of murder mystery books. Toilet paper. Clean air. One chance to die. First book in Crime by the Numbers. So that's almost like the entire Crime by the Numbers series out here. Pine cones. Everyone. That one actually land in there this time. I mentioned for a second having a button to press on the radio.
Whoa, the flapjack fire isn't going anywhere, huh?
No, that's why those guys came out to burn that line. It's at the stage where all we can do is pay attention to it.
They're not gonna try to put it out?
Not yet, apparently.
I found where they did the controlled burn. I can hike right through here now.
Yeah, normally they wouldn't do that so close to a body of water, but I think they're extra worried about a fire jumping the river and burning up to 2 forks, now that there's someone in it.
Well, I'm extra appreciative of that.
Let's see. The scout camp is southeast of the river. There should be a pond on the way.
Got it. What happens if a controlled burn gets out of control?
Someone gets fired.
Ugh, are you serious?
Oh, come on. That one was an honest accident. I'm not even in the mood for wordplay. That's how wound up all this shit has me.
Cool looking tree. You don't even get a comment. Big three. Wrong button. There's the controlled burn on both sides of the river. There should be a cash box over this way. Figure we better loot it now before fire gets to it. There it is. This one's got the number on it backward. Three blind rat. When FBI informants need protection, you call the police. When those informants wind up dead, you call Neil Black. In a rain-soaked return to South City, Neil Black is hung out dry as the only man who can piece an FBI case back together, with danger lurking around every corner. Introducing Black's longtime nemesis, the shadowy Don Carl. Three blind mice is surgeon at his back. This is that spot where we couldn't get across that led to the wheel or whatever. Maybe now that they've done a control burn, we can open the path up. Or not? Looks like it connects to the medicine wheel now. Had I known that, I would have went right through the medicine wheel last time.
Wow, there's an old, I think it's called a medicine wheel out here.
Yeah, it was made by Crow American Indians hundreds of years ago. There are lots of small ones. Have you ever been to Medicine Wheel Monument over in the Bighorns?
Well, I sure haven't.
Well, it's worth a 3-hour detour on the way home in August.
Neat. I'll keep it in mind.
Maybe you can go with us? For all, you've had this growing relationship that you've never actually met in person. I think that's kind of the point for her. He didn't come here expecting to find any kind of connection. But when there's only one person you regularly talk to and you work through your shit, kind of bond. East. Alright, straight ahead. We're about to the pond. I wonder if they give us an axe. They'll let us chop down some trees.
There's some old snowmobiles out here.
That's crazy.
Looks like one of the poor bastards was cruising across this pond and dumped it.
That was not a fun hike back to civilization.
There's an old pond out here, not much more than a pile of mud. Do you have it on your map?
Yeah, I know where you are.
Yeah? Where am I?
Pork Pond. There used to be a sign up for it, but, well, folks kept stealing it.
Because it's called Pork Pond.
It's a good goddamn name. That sign would look great in a den, or, anywhere.
You stole at least one of them by the sounds of it.
Camp Arapaho.
You're there?
Yeah, I am.
It's been out there since the 50s.
I was never really into the idea of the Scouts. It's something about men organizing boys around their ideals. Never sat right with me.
Beware weebelows in large numbers.
Beware of anyone in large numbers.
What is society but a bunch of people getting together and brainwashing the kids to act like them? Normal. Don't know if there's anything else out yet. Check on a tree. And another spot where we need to chop down a tree to get across. I'm guessing that's for opening up shortcuts for later on. Alright, go to camp.
The bridge to the camp is out.
Damn.
I'm gonna walk the ravine and see if I can find some high ground to get across.
Good plan.
Seriously? Can I just go up there and not have an axe that would be needed? Maybe there's a spot where we can jump. No, jump back. Multiple trees we can chop down. Wait. Climb this rock. No. Looks like it should be climbable. It won't let me. Arms up! Geronimo! Oh, this would have been a better picture of this guy. Oh, this place is nasty.
You ever talk to any of the scouts?
No, they haven't been out here in a while, and I generally don't have a lot to say to preteens.
Unless it's Brian Goodwin.
Well, if forced, I mean, I can make conversation with anyone. Plus, it was sort of fun to hear about all of his nerdy hobbies.
What type of nerdy hobbies are we talking about with him? Like a marching band?
Oh, no. Like comics, model rockets, wizards and wyverns, you know.
Ugh.
Hey, thanks to Brian, I can almost recall by memory the armor classes of most dragons.
The what? No, you can't.
Hey, planar dragon's armor class. Let's see.
Okay, no, I believe you. We're good. We're good. I guess these little shelters are where they keep the Weeblos.
For the past 35 years, yeah.
Oh, it's the same person we saw before.
There are bear traps out here in the scout shelters.
Scouts are stalwart prey.
That's messed up.
Looks like there's a tent about ready to be dropped on us.
Yeah, these guys are gone. I found where they were sitting around before getting picked up.
Damn.
I found an axe.
If one of the crew left it, that thing is actually called a Pulaski.
It looks like an axe to me. This thing will be a huge help.
For both getting through the backcountry and getting through that fence.
Hey, Dee, they left something behind. It's like a memo from their boss. Next few days, dropping into the thoroughfare on behalf of Dr. Simmons at Wapiti Station.
Wapiti Station?
Holy crap.
Keep reading.
Oh, I just thought I would maybe, stop there, let the mystery percolate.
My mother always said I would meet someone who'd give me a taste of my own medicine.
They're running a research site out there. He was worried about wildfires.
Someone is writing down our conversations. And now we find out there's a research site out here that we don't know about? What are they researching? I mean, you and I aren't very interesting.
Oh, probably just horned toads.
We're horny
And
toad.
a Wapiti Station clipboard with our conversations on it is just, what, recreation for them?
I'm just messing around. Somebody is obviously up to something. I'm freaking out here.
At least we know there is something real happening behind that fence.
I think that we should consider that maybe this is all just a coincidence, but my gut says that there is something bad going on.
Mine too. Okay. So what's next?
Well, I've got an axe, so I can figure out a way to get over the ravine and back towards the site.
Sounds good. Check in when you can, and keep an eye out for anyone following you.
Yeah, and now they know your plans. You just said it over the comms that they've been monitoring. Smart. As in, not smart, actually. Quite stupid. Isn't there another one? See another one in there. That was the close one we saw. There should be one that's farther in. Now we can clear brush too. Here. Geronimo! Anything else out here worth looking at, grabbing, or covering? Doesn't look like it. Ooh, pretty spry on our toes. nimble little ballerina of a lumberjack
Are you
we
there?
are.
I had a thought.
Let's hear it.
You heard someone in the bushes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's assume we're being tailed. Or you are, at least. Where are you right now?
Just on my way back, in and out of trees in the middle of nowhere.
Do you see anybody?
No, definitely not.
All right, so tell me what you think of this. Did you just cough?
No. Did you just cough?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
fuck.
There isn't any way someone, like, another lookout could be on this line, is there?
No. Not without tapping our radios.
What about when I heard you talking to someone else?
I just left your line open. That's not what this is. Get in your tower, shut the door. Don't leave, and don't use your radio. I'll call you. Understand? I will call you.
East 77. It's getting weird. I had some other spots I wanted to chop down trees, but I guess it'll have to wait.
Thoroughfare Tower, this is Two Forks calling you for the, 50th time today. The flapjack fire continues to move in a southerly fashion. Delilah, for fuck's sake, answer your radio.
Hello, sunshine. Sorry, went out for a little bit. What can I do you for?
Are you kidding right now? Did you not stay up all night knowing that someone is...
I actually slept just great.
Okay.
By the way, I was wondering if your Flora of the Shoshone info poster was still up inside your tower?
What?
It's just protocol that
Ooh.
those stay up. You know, info about your tower, the surrounding tree species, etc.
All right.
Just, you know, have a look at it. Make sure it's in ship shape.
Okay, yeah, it's up. Why are you acting like this?
Great. Just wonderful. Do you see the tree in the top row, second from the left?
Cottonwood.
Let me look at it and I'll tell you.
No. You don't need to tell me. Just, internalize it. It's a great tree. And there's an area called, that tree's name in your sector that maybe you should take a midday hike to. Maybe.
Which tree am I supposed to internalize again?
Top row, second from the left. Head to a place named after that tree, and you'll have a wonderful afternoon.
Is there a Cottonwood place? Well, we gotta go back down to Cottonwood Creek? That's really close to where we already were. Okay. There's a tree I want to chop right over by right below where it says gate. There's that marked tree symbol. I wanted to chop that tree down. But oh well, it can wait. It's not like they wouldn't be able to have the same posters, right? Like the standard poster. Surely the other people would be able to decipher that. Or even looking at wood. How many types of trees are in the area? I don't know. Oh, there's a place called Cottonwood. It literally has wood in the name of the place. You. Go chop that tree down near our base. Spent 25 years in Wyoming. Beautiful terrain. Where am I? There's that rock. I'm just chopping the tree down before I get on with the main story. Could be handy to have a shortcut later on. You never know. Hey, timber! A little late on the call, but hey, I'm sure they would have gotten out of the way. So, if we follow us down to the medicine wheel, we can take that into the location she wants us to go to. It's that dead end spot. It's a nice little intimate spot to meet up and have a little howdy do with somebody. Probably good for staying pretty dry in bad weather. Out of the wind, at least. Too cramped to have a campfire, but what can you do? Don't know what I was expecting for the story, but I wasn't expecting to start turning into like a murder mystery and odd research project.
I'm here at Cottonwood Creek.
You
Why
see
would
the
you say
cache
it?
box there?
It must be around here somewhere.
It is. Find it and open it. I changed the code. It's 5678.
Are you kidding me?
I was in a rush.
Literally the old code, continuing on from it. New radio.
I've got it now.
Good. I spent all day getting you that radio. I hiked to a cache box, lied to a ranger, lied to another ranger, and hopefully you are now holding a clean, untapped radio.
Hopefully.
Holy fuck, Henry, we have to get into that site. Whatever these people are doing is illegal, right?
Are you okay?
I don't know, Henry.
People have been listening to us all summer. How is this actually happening?
I don't know. I'm scared. None of it makes any sense.
Are there any other lookouts this is happening to? Someone else in on this? Anyone?
This is just happening to us. Everyone else is fine.
Are you sure?
Yes. I've tried to bring it up to Chimney Rock, Elks Fork, and Beartooth Lookout, and every one of them got confused. Asked me if I'm okay and if I need to be relieved. Our fucking state coordinator asked if I was just having lady troubles. So no, this isn't happening to anyone else, and I'm done asking.
Look, I'm headed back to the gate, and now that I've got an axe, we'll know something soon.
You need to get into that site. Call me when you find something.
And we're never heard from again.
Hey, I just thought of something not great.
What is it?
I filed a report that said that neither of us ever talked to or saw those girls, the ones that went missing a few weeks back.
I just heard something.
What is it?
I don't know. It was goddamn terrifying, though.
Well, it could be an elk, or it could be someone trying to get you to radio about a loud noise so they know where you are.
What? Why would you do that? I told you to say the minimum and just keep it vague.
I know, and I didn't. I just didn't want to be hassled.
And now someone probably has a transcript of that entire conversation.
And I've filed a report that's a blatant lie.
Oh, and those girls are still missing.
Yep.
Fuck, Delilah.
Fuck indeed. We really need to get to the bottom of this.
Well, at least it has me on there being like, we should just bring it up and let them know so they know I'm not trying to hide anything. And I'm the one that was near them. Oh shit, I'm going the wrong way. Got caught up in listening to the conversation and responses. I didn't pay attention to where I was going. This thing seems to always have the granola bar in it, no matter what, which is odd. 3 granola bars, even though they're cherry flavored. Or at least start putting strawberry. Or maybe a raspberry. Well on our way. We'll be coming up to where we first found the campsite for those 2 girls that are missing. Geronimo. Allons-y. Can't wait to find out what's actually going on. Maybe some like MK Ultra stuff. They're spiking our water. Oh crap, that's my last picture. I should have saved it for evidence of what's going on. But the picture didn't seem to capture the sun rays that we were getting anyway. Shutterbug. Fill the disposable camera with photos. Achievement unlocked. This is where they had first encountered the bra and panties. That's where we saw the skinny dipping, and we threw a stereo in the lake when they called us a small limp sissy boy or something like that. It wasn't about them calling us that. It was about them risking a fire with the fireworks. But hey, timing of it was purely. Take the left right here. Also, they're not having any music. Somehow makes it so much more foreboding. Okay, there's that spot. We take the rope and then we chop down the tree. There it is. The offending member. Timber! No, it's just another, probably a shortcut back, but now that it's set up, probably good for us. We might be running away from some, who knows what, cyborg bear thing, like in that Love, Death, Robot episode. You never know.
I'm busting the gate down. There's nobody around, and it's the quickest way in.
Copy that.
I smashed open the gate. Should I try to fix or hide this?
No, screw it.
Okay, then. I got stung by a bee.
Oh,
You're trying to
Is
reach
that it?
Dr. Simmons.
Yeah.
He's on site from the
Did
15th
it
to the
hurt?
15th.
Yes, kind of.
Government-owned equipment is under the purview of Cat Ferdinand. Remember, this is a controlled area, and any issues, malfunctions, or violations should be reported immediately.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We got bee control. Explains why nowadays we have all the bees going missing. They took mind control of all the bees. Now who knows what they got them building in the rock. Sun setting. Light it off. But mostly north. Now the music's all ominous.
Okay, I'm at the site. I don't see anybody around.
Lucky for us.
Yeah, lucky for us. Dee, there's some serious comms equipment out here, wireless stuff.
What do you mean?
I'm talking a big 20-foot tall transmission tower. I mean, they could probably listen to whoever the hell they want. They're nestled down in this valley, which makes it impossible for you or any lookout to see them. And there's all sorts of contraptions and shit out here.
Like what?
Dishes and stuff on metal legs.
Oh, shit,
There
I'm already in the grid.
wires all over the place. I don't know. I'm not really up on high tech.
Some kind of excavation going on.
This equipment is not stuff from the hardware store. Now they're doing something with the soil out here too. It's all gridded off.
Who knows what else they're up to?
I'm in their main tent.
What's it like?
It's definitely some sort of monitoring station. I wonder where they are. All of their stuff is here.
And they know you're there, so see what you can find and get out.
I found their main monitoring desk.
Oh my god, what do you see? Seriously, at this stage, I'd believe just about anything.
Subject beacon frequency, sex social role. What? Ordo 22. Okay. Male, frequent departure from Two Forks area. Female, avoidance behaviors, consult previous data. Unreciprocated desire for copulation, conflict with other males. Disproportionate food intake.
Okay, shit. Got another clipboard here that confirms that they're tracking our movements. The log they've got tracks the movement of 4 subjects.
You and me?
Yeah, definitely me. And I suppose you too.
What about the other two?
Maybe the missing girls?
Like, they're still out here and these people are following them?
Maybe.
Messed
it's
up.
possible, right?
But then why haven't you seen them?
I don't know.
We'll talk this over and figure out how to get the hell out of here.
They've got a map with all sorts of paths and areas marked out on it. There are lines that look like some of the paths I normally take.
Are you positive it's you?
Some of their descriptions seem like uncharitable ways of describing me, yeah. This place sleeps 3. They've got a row of cots here.
So they live and work in the same tent?
Yeah, it's all one operation.
Huh, like us.
Yeah, like us. There's a box here with a dial. It has a needle, like it measures earthquakes.
You mean like a lie detector?
Yeah, I'm not sticking around to get hooked up to it. There's some sort of monitor. I don't know what it does. Maybe air quality or something?
Maybe they're keeping data on everything that could impact our moods.
That looks possible. This is crazy. I mean, this stuff looks like it just got lifted out of the space shuttle.
I have to tell you, if I found out this was NASA, I'd be a hell of a lot happier.
Right, bulletin board. Is that everything? Oh, wait, no.
The desk in here is a mess. I mean, it's like someone was in a rush or knocked a bunch of stuff over on accident. They're measuring the barometric pressure, too. Why?
Maybe it's just a diversion.
I think I found the thing they used to track us.
Holy shit.
You know, you swear like a lot.
Not the time, Hank.
Anyway, it's called a
Appropriately.
wave receiver. Looks like it picks up anything that emits a signal. It's got basic orienteering capabilities, everything. Holy,
Holy shit, Henry.
yeah, holy shit. Okay, this thing is losing its mind, beeping like crazy.
I can hear it. What's it after?
I don't know. I'm gonna go find out.
One second, everybody. All right, everybody. Sorry about that. Gotta get the dogs. Is there anything else I forgot to interact with? What's this? They are watching us. That would be freaky.
Are you shitting me?
What is it?
There's a folder of reports here.
What do they say?
They're
Done. Program status review. 1 week, 4 week, 6 week, 10 week, 25 week. And annual observation traits. Reliable. Considering alcoholism. Observant, charismatic, selfish, skewed perception of personal history. Pertinent observed facts. Never married, no kids, rarely hikes, early youth, immediate surroundings. Multiple lovers despite longtime partner, Javier. Susceptibility to manipulation is only a 3. What are you doing, puppy? Alright. That's gotta be Delilah they're talking about. Supervisor sign off, EG.
assessments about the two of us. There's stuff in here about Julia.
Like what?
Stuff I didn't tell you. This is...
What does it say about me? You said there was one about me.
And it looks like they've been following me around. What I do when I'm out hiking? Jesus.
Henry, do you hear me?
It says that you and your boyfriend are still together.
What? We're not. They're messing with us.
Yeah, okay.
They are. How do they even know who he is? How the hell does this... I'm so sick of letting these people do this to us. We should just burn the place down. Think about it.
Look, maybe that's what they want us to do.
What do you mean?
Maybe they're trying to push us to the point where we do something crazy. I mean, the grass is dry as hell here. It would go up in a second.
Well, now I'm thinking, what if you're right?
I just don't think we should do anything that we can't undo.
Well, maybe it's not the best idea.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best idea.
Definitely.
Oh, I'm so fucking wound up.
But it's all right. I'm just gonna hike back. We have the wave receiver, and tomorrow we can figure out what to do.
Right, that is messed up. Now we got a tracking device. That's funny, the tracking device, is that how they wanted us to have the tracking device on us, maybe? So now they can track us better? That's how else would they have put something like that on us without us realizing it? Press the flip. Yeah. Oh, we have it out with the map now. Of course, because it's replaced our compass. Looks like we can't get to the meadow because it's blocked in. Alright, this is kind of messy. Maybe we should just unplug it for now. Or an exit behind the tent, maybe? Well, down on this side doesn't look quite as proper as the rest of it. This is some weird MK Ultra type BS going on. Oh my god, flipped out. Being weird. Alright. Music's still creeping me out. I feel like we're going to come across somebody or something. Oh crap! Whoa!
Hey, shit, the bridge collapsed climbing out of here, and now it looks like there's smoke coming from the site.
What the hell happened to you? It's definitely not the best idea.
It wasn't me.
What do we do?
We just call it in like any other fire.
And what about who started it? What about them?
The person who started it?
Yeah.
We're talking about people watching us out here who are now burning the forest and everything in it around us. I don't know what to do about that.
Except get the hell out.
Yes, get us the hell out of here.
I will.
Now they look a little crazy. Who is listening?
This receiver just picked something up.
Like a signal? It's going beep beep.
Yeah, what could it be?
I don't know. You gotta find out.
All right, I'm on my way now.
You know what I just picked up?
No.
A fifth of Major Bueno tequila from the creek.
Are you drunk?
No! I am getting drunk.
Good plan.
I'm a good planner. My thinking is I could stay up all night worried I'm gonna lose my job because of the site fire, or I could not worry and let the chips fall where they may. It's not like there's any proof we were down there.
My thinking is I'm gonna follow this wave receiver.
Ooh, I like it when you think.
Ay, ay, ay. I'll just leave you alone with whatever these thoughts are.
Radio off. That does not seem like a good idea. Where's the medicine wheel right now? I don't see anything. Another backpack.
Shit!
What? Ah. Did we drop the bag? Yes, we did. That felt satisfying. The missing key for the mine.
Dee, I found some sort of supply bag, light camping gear, some clothes, basics, but it was alarmed. I think that's what was making the receiver go haywire.
You're okay? It's not a trap or anything?
Yeah, I'm fine, but there's also a set of keys here. I don't know why they'd be hidden out here. They say Shoshone National Forest, Cave 452. Is that the one in the canyon?
Yeah, it is. Who the hell took them?
And what the hell is in that cave?
Okay,
Also,
okay,
that
let's just
backpack wasn't
think.
there before.
Says the woman with a half a bottle of tequila in her belly.
Maybe they're panicking and we're preparing to beat it. The fire has them spooked, and we have new walkie-talkies, so we have the upper hand.
Yeah, well, it's hard to feel like you have the upper hand when you're standing in the dark in the middle of the woods.
Oh. Well, you're back in your tower. Maybe you need a drink, too.
I'm not in my tower.
I am looking at a man standing in your lookout. And it's not you?
It is not me.
Oh my god, go.
I'm going.
We got that shortcut. I don't see anybody. Maybe she's in on it.
I don't see anyone up here.
He was just there.
That's weird.
It's a tape of us talking down at the site. It sounds like it was recorded from somewhere nearby.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and it sounds like we were the ones who burned it down and that it was your idea.
No.
We are screwed.
No!
Dee, just don't freak out, okay? Don't freak out.
Oh my god, what the fuck is happening, Henry?
Pretty messed up. But if it had the whole conversation, it'd have us saying no and then not doing it.
What's wrong?
Someone claiming to be Henry in Two Forks called a lookout in another sector early this morning and said that I knew what caused the Wapiti Meadow fire. So, I just got off the horn with that lookout who's wondering what I know, or that I'm an arsonist, or that I'm fucking losing it. Furthermore, I bet you don't have the only tape of us from last night, so someone has evidence to back it up. We need to find out what someone's been keeping in that cave.
I'm going down there now.
We don't have a lot of time left out here, and if we don't find some fucking answers, when they lift us out of here, it's gonna be in handcuffs.
We have to stick together, okay? Keep our story straight. From the first day with those girls to the person breaking in on our conversation, everything. We gotta be honest and consistent.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
I know.
Pop check. Oh, yeah. It's getting awfully smoky near us. Is there a second fire with the meadow? Should be, what, northwest? Doesn't look like there's a second fire, but I'm seriously messing with us, and I'm not liking it. We need to go north. Go down to the cave. Mind you, it seems like they want us down in the cave. Not sure exploring that's the greatest idea. Plus, going under the mountain might block us off from being able to use our radio to talk to Delilah. Hey, find out.
Hey, you didn't actually make that call, right? To the other lookout? It just stuck in my craw. I let myself imagine how fucked I would be if you'd been lying to me. But now that I asked, I kinda just wish I hadn't.
I don't even know how to call anyone other than you. And please, rest assured, I would have found someone with a better sense of humor a long time ago.
Okay. Thanks.
I feel like we're about to be jumped. At least we didn't leave the key there. Hopefully we can't be locked in.
What the hell? Delilah, someone locked me in the cave. Is this thing working?
Are you saying you can't be armed through there and reach that?
Cave, please!
Through there?
Can't get any damn reception.
Well, gotta love the fact that I at least called it. Yay to being right. Jump.
Jesus, this is a big cave.
We drop down? Long steep drop? Or do we squeeze through? Oh, it looks like it's not giving me a choice. I was going to take the drop. I guess maybe because opened this up, maybe that decided it for us. Leave the light off for now. That way we don't give ourselves away. That looks like it's gonna fall the second we jump. Oh, it didn't.
It's freezing in here. Is anybody down there?
Ew. Wish I had film left. Could I took pictures of all the crap we're finding? Alright, as long as there ain't blind cave monsters from prehistoric times waiting to eat us, I'll be fine. Maybe we just slid off rather than dropping down. We come out the other side and we're all of a sudden in a different time zone. Or time period. Like, different time altogether.
Hey, are you there?
Yeah, what is it? What did you find?
Nothing yet, because someone tried to trap me in there.
You saw someone?
No, someone slammed the gate behind me and then ran away. I found another way out, but if I hadn't, Jesus!
So you didn't find anything?
No, there's a spot where someone had sunk an anchor, but the hardware's gone now.
I don't have any climbing equipment.
I just have my ropes. I'm gonna hike back to Two Forks and see if I can find anything that could double as an anchor to use in the spot.
Well, that doesn't sound dangerous.
Maybe we could take another one.
Delilah, I just found an outcropping that someone was using as a little fort. I think it was Brian Goodwin.
Really?
Yeah, he built himself a real castle. Hey, remember that pack I found?
Back on your second day? Yeah.
I found a plan Brian drew about how he was going to get it back.
Backpack retrieval plan, Mark 4 to get boards. 4 to 6. Rope, we can borrow. Rocks, 15. Tools, borrow.
Oh, I'm sure it was quite elaborate.
It's some Wile E. Coyote stuff, I'll tell you that much. I found an old school folder. Brian was a hell of a doodler.
Brian Goodwin. Science fair, rough draft. Talking meteors. How ham radio waves can use meteors to talk to people far away. What if I told you that you could use meteors in our atmosphere to talk to people far away? You would probably think I was a liar, but you would be wrong. Meteors, the alien rocks that come to our planet from outer space, can be used to bounce ham radio waves off of and let you use your radio much better than normal. Right now, you are thinking, okay, Brian, that sounds like a movie, like Flight of the Navigator. It's not real, but you're wrong. It is. It's science. It's possible because of meteor scatter communications. My science fair project proves that meteor scatter communications is real. What is it? MSC is a radio propagation mode that utilizes the ionized trail of meteors within our atmosphere. Meteors, upon their atmospheric entry, can create a dense path of ionized particles that the ham radio operator can use to establish brief communication paths between operators up to 1,500 miles away. Pretty cool. I'm going to test this by having a small chat with a friend my dad made in the army who lives in Albuquerque, New Mexico, 1,000 miles from my house. We are going to try to talk at a regular time. My hypothesis is that that won't work, and we'll have to wait for a meteor shower so we can establish communication. Although that won't sell school papers and reports, presumably defaced by Brian. Pretty good drawing. Kind of a. It's not kind of. That's exactly Nightmare on Elm Street.
He was in the middle of really sprucing up the joint when they left. It's a little weird that he'd just leave so much of his stuff out here.
Well, maybe they were in a hurry when they left. Like I said, he wasn't supposed to be out here.
Yeah.
They almost got busted. Brian liked to go out on the railing of the tower and wave at the planes that dump water on fires, and I got a call because someone thought a kid was up in Two Forks. I lied, and just said it was Ned.
Huh. Brian stole his dad's climbing gear. His anchors.
That's convenient.
Yeah, it is. I think he was gonna hide them in a cash box or something and never got around to it. I mean, he left a note for a ranger to find them and send them back to him in Nebraska.
Because he hated climbing?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like Ned was pushing him, and pretending to lose his anchors was the easiest way to put a stop to it.
I hope it worked. God, what an asshole.
Yeah. Man, that is the sort of thing that would have caused me to catch a beating growing up.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't put it past old Ned.
My name's Brian Goodwin. If you found this note, it should be with a bunch of climbing anchors, I hope. Could you do me a favor and please return them to me, Brian Goodwin, in the mail? My address is 55 Foxtrot Lane North, Platte, Nebraska, 69101. You tell me your name and address, I'll give you a reward for this. You're probably wondering why I left these here. Well, they're my dad's and I don't want him to lose them, but I don't want to do any more climbing on this trip, so I thought I should pretend to lose them. If you help me get them back, everyone will be happy. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Ranger. Brian. P.S. The reward will be good.
There's some grade A dork contraband here.
You found his pocket protector?
I found a data
Here,
sheet for
Gladius.
Gladius Silva, half-elf, armor 7.
Yeah, good.
Classic wizards and wyverns.
Brawn, agility, stamina, cleverness, knowledge, and moxie. We're trying really hard to parallel Dungeons and Dragons. Strength, dex, con, wisdom, and charisma. Armor rating. Armor 7, whether surprised, shieldless, rear. The leather, 28 hit points, no wounds. Has a long sword, throwing daggers, battle axe, and short sword. Rugged appearance, black eyes, blue-green clan, homeworld, unintelligible nerd stuff. Very intelligible, actually.
There's a ham radio schematic here, something Brian was working on.
Yeah, I think that was the one thing Ned did do with him. You know, tinkering on
Interesting
stuff
but
like that.
wrong. Fast maximum voltage. Do that Radio Goodwin with Brian and Nick. Pretty cool. Pretty smart kid.
There's also a postcard here from Brian to, I guess, his neighbor.
What's it say?
That he's with his dad and sorry he can't mow his lawn this summer.
Oh, gosh.
And also he was worried his dad didn't know when school started. I'd say that's a lucky break if I were him.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Ned didn't really seem like a...
I'm with my dad in Lander, Wyoming. It's pretty neat. Dad fished in a spot called Sinks Canyon. Most of Wyoming looks like home in Nebraska, but then there are mountains and woods when you go far. Sorry you can't mow your lawn this summer, but I hope you found a good person to do it instead. Can you write back and tell my dad when school starts? I don't think he knows. Your friend and neighbor, Brian.
With it, Dad.
Bunch of rocks stacked up. He made a wall and a perimeter.
God.
The murder book.
Yeah, that's perfect.
You know, maybe he made it because he was afraid of them.
Whenever I think of Brian possibly going through this crap, I get sick to my stomach.
Yeah. Sorry. He'd hide out here to read comics. The Black Band, his grief is his enemy's sorrow. Everyone
Go
this
ahead,
guy
kill my
loves
family.
gets
It only makes me
killed, so
stronger.
he honors them with a black armband which gives him superpowers.
Well, that's fucking dark.
Surprised we didn't keep it. Oh, yeah. Good. But we need to... Oh, He's working hard to make this into a castle. Well, let me put it on the table. Where are we? Now that hideout spot I was wondering how we'd be able to get to before. I don't think we can get back to the cave from this side. I think there's a long drop. Yeah. We won't be able to have to go around again. Thermal vent here. Like an awesome little hidey hole. Not enough food in the area, but you can stay warm and dry. Way out. We got the other end. Yeah. Ah. Looks like this should be climbable, but isn't. It is in the kid's place. I missed it. The kid's base would be of just finding the stuff and then getting the climbing gear. Let me drop down this time. Oh, I know. Gotta use the button. There we go. Which is good. We'll be able to use that to go get his shoe. I'm hoping he didn't try to get something and then fall down, die in the mine, and then his dad in grief has been hanging out
What
here
do you think is in there?
ever since.
I don't know, really. I mean, we gotta find out. What do you think?
Whatever it is, they don't want you telling anyone about.
I mean, they closed the door when they could have just...
Bashed your head in with a rock or chopped you up with
Are you serious with this shit right now?
a hatchet. God, are you sure you want to go back in there?
No.
Honestly, I just want to know. I want to know what is worth doing everything that's been done to us.
Yeah, me too. And not going to jail would be a nice kicker.
And even if we left the country to go to Australia, they got it. They're just running for a wife. Won't
Also,
help.
those girls turned up. Looks like you didn't kill them. Nobody did.
Oh, thank God.
They took some farmer's tractor for a joyride down in Riverton and landed in jail.
Dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, we've got enough unanswered shit to answer for, I'd say.
They seem like the type to be dumb enough to Wouldn't like do that. You can tell they were right back at the cave. I'm not gonna repel just yet. There's a shoe over this way. Maybe we can repel at the shoe. Keep feeling like that's gonna fall out from below us one of these times, like it did on the bridge. Oh, guess we can't here. Thought for sure there'd be a spot. I saw 2 spots. Guess not. I'm imagining things. A hole in the geometry of the cave. Maybe he fell from above going to his cave one day, like his hideout. He fell down there. No spot for us to put a pit in, or a python, or whatever you want to call it. The monitor's lighting looks a little orange. Oh. Down we go. Or maybe the kid fell down here, and his dad's attempts to rescue him, his dad ended up dying, and the kid just didn't try to leave. Is that the shoe? Nope. Long drop down does not seem like the thing I want to deal with. Guess I got no other choice. Oh, there's a drop, normal drop down. There we go. Stuck in a corner or something. Just stick with the normal drops.
Brian Goodwin. You fell.
Crypto.
Your stuff gave out. Oh, you poor fucking kid.
This cave's looking creepier by the minute. Hoping we'd be able to come out with the shoe so we could have evidence for it. They wouldn't put it past whatever the people messing with us to like, come remove the body. When we report it, we look like liars. Hey, this is the way we normally exit. Down, up, down. Or not. Like right back at the very entrance. Thought I saw movement. It's not. The dad, between losing his son and his PTSD, would probably be unwilling to leave.
Hey, D.
There you are. I've been worrying my ass off.
Hey, you, might want to take a seat.
I've been sitting this entire time. I'm almost always sitting. What's wrong?
The only thing in the cave was a body.
A body? God, what a mess.
Delilah. It's Brian Goodwin.
Gotta be fucking kidding me. How does that... What? I don't... How?
Climbing, I think, or made to look like a climbing accident.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I think that's just what it was. I mean, he was probably exploring the cave and maybe his rope gave out. But whoever locked me in there probably didn't even know about him. What do we do now, D? I mean, are you okay?
No, I'm not. He'd be alive if I had told someone he was out here. I don't know where he'd be, but I can assure you it would not be rotting at the bottom of that cave.
You don't know that. The dad might have still did it.
There's nothing to say. Hike back. I think we're leaving tomorrow anyway.
So sad. He didn't like climbing and he's afraid of it. It is tool so he wouldn't have to.
You see that plane?
No, I was just busy packing up.
Well, there's gonna be a lot more. The service says this thing is 2% contained.
Is this the Flapjack fire or the site fire or?
Well, the two fires merged into one unmitigated disaster. They're renaming it after my lookout. You about packed up?
Shouldn't we talk for a sec? About things.
About what?
We still don't know who was listening to us, who was following me around, who made that tape.
Yeah.
Yeah. All we have is the
Where
body
did
of a
you
dead
put it?
boy who did nothing wrong.
But maybe we can still find these people.
Look, I think whoever's out there caused the site fire to cover their tracks, and I'm almost certain that when I get off the helicopter, I'm going to be led into a room and made to listen to a tape of me saying we started it.
And we don't know shit. What can I do?
Well, there's something for you to do. Holy shit.
Holy crap. Yeah, oh my god.
We don't know what it is. It could be nothing.
Yeah, it could also be whoever was listening to us, whoever made the tape.
Okay. Yeah, look, you should pack up everything you need in case we get the call and you can't come back.
Look, if something happens...
I'll remember you.
I was hoping you'd have a backup plan or something.
Yeah, okay, I'm probably gonna move to Canada. Ontario, maybe.
No, I meant if something happens to me.
Right, if you don't find out who made the tape and I have to hit the road.
Forget it.
Be safe, Henry.
That's two games that randomly Canada get like things mentioned, packing up, moving to Canada. Hilarious. Good old Canada. Always worth a random flipping. Bring up the map. So if it's west, it's more towards Jonesy Lake. All right. And go north a bit.
What's your status?
I think I'm getting close.
Alright, well, I just got word that they are coming to get us. My place.
You sound worried.
No, it's just...
Brian?
I'll coordinate with the evac team and let you know when to head towards the tram. It's north. Far. Past where you found that cut back in May. There's an emergency tram out there that will let you hike to the rendezvous point at my lookout.
You found that before, I think. Coming down by the lake. Collar and a tape.
Yeah, hi, Henry. Hey, you better find this before it burns up. We've been causing each other a lot of headaches. Now I gotta go stake out a site that's as fit for living as the one you're about to find. You'll get it when you see it. You can't blame me for keeping an eye on you. Not after bumping into you back in May. Down by the cave, for croc's sake. I've been up here for 3 years. I kept it cozy. Winters are harsh as hell, and I ran out of books. But I got that antenna rigged up, and Delilah, she's a record you don't gotta flip. I kinda why Brian took to her. About a week ago, I stopped worrying about you finding anything out, and that's right when everything went shithouse with you two. You guys don't know anything about having kids. All right, nobody knows nothing. It ain't Andy and Opie walking down the lake to fish every afternoon. It ain't Mayberry. But you gotta know I didn't kill him. All right, we were climbing. I was teaching him. Brian was uneducated in the way to do anything. He just fucking didn't sink his anchor the right way. You know, I thought about going back, having to answer questions, and having to get him put in the ground, and I didn't see the point. Don't come looking for me. Sorry about your wife.
We found the surveillance operation.
Okay, what does that mean? What is it?
It was Ned Goodwin. He was the one listening to us, just him.
Ned Goodwin.
Where did he get all that equipment?
He made the tape?
Yeah. He's gone. He's deeper into the Shoshone. He doesn't want anyone to know he's out here.
Because he killed Brian. Because he killed his fucking son. You need to get back here. They say the helicopters are making rounds.
Okay. He held on to some of Brian's things, his wizards and wyverns.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he found it riveting.
Designed after the old D&D book.
God,
What?
nothing, just some of Brian's stuff.
Go ride Pat, make a dad.
Brian was a nice looking kid.
Yeah.
Magazines.
Goodwin was the one who wrote the reports I found at the site.
This seems like more something after the fact.
He wrote down everything he did to us. And everything he did every day. He was scared shitless.
Return borrowed equipment, erase H&D evidence, leave no trace. Why would he do that though? Like, why mess with them?
I bet.
This seems like something he made up after the fact to try to cover something else up. Winter needs 1989. 2,000 cans of propane, or 2 cans of propane. 1.5 cords, backup firewood, 400 pounds of food, 100 clear plus 300 buried, 3 winter jackets, 3 new blankets, 25 box matches, $5. 90 amp hours battery. Oh, I guess it's just all the, yeah, so 2,000 ounces, not cans, of propane. So 2 cans or 2,000 ounces. All right. 400 pounds of food. That's a lot of food. 90 amp hour battery power, socks, new boots, duct tape, try elk skin, summer weight gain control, or gain goal. Wants to gain 35 pounds during the summer. I have no doubt he was down there, but him setting up that site and everything seems a bit of a stretch.
You should see some of the stuff he was working on. I guess he had a lot of time on his hands.
I'm sorry. I
Scary,
don't
though.
know what to say. I don't know what you want me to say. We're in the middle of a fire that is at 22,000 acres and growing. Fast.
It's gonna burn all of this up.
Well, take a picture if you're so keen to remember it.
You're not?
I don't know.
I don't have any photos left.
Wish I did.
Take a long look and let's go.
This boombox looks familiar.
From the girls.
Yeah.
I thought you threw it into the lake.
I
Well,
did.
He must have fished it out. He was rigging up stolen batteries to keep his stuff going.
What electronic junk? Stakes too high, no one will believe B was happy. Make D and 2F less believable. 2F crazy, like wife, not good guy. Mama Grizz back. We never found the bear. They heard me. Fully believe there's a program. Use this. Report's fine. I'll make sure they find them. 2F almost caught me at site. Report worked. Recorded call. Used for leverage. 2F found food supplies. How? He's gone. Can't let 2F find B. Get a room. Reminder. Scout migration due to fire. Fucked up. Do not want to leave. Reminder. Hide supplies for migration. D and 2F suspect conspiracy. Funny if not dire. Observe and be ready to leave. Idea. Start working on reports. Record all comms. Vandalize D's tower. Pen on 2F. Try to make remote recording device. Uni research site. Move. Pit against each other. So there was a university research site and he used that. Okay. Hike to BT point. Severed radio comm. D never called for hiker list. Re-rigged Delano to pick up dual frequency. Can hear D and 2F concurrently. 2F hiked by cave. He seems less interested. 2F to Julia. 2F is good guy. Haven't seen Mama Grizz in 2 months. D drunk again. First ranger fly fishing at J Lake. Reminder, rainbows hitting cadflies. Saw Mama Grizz on the morning hike. Rainy week, water stock's good, smoking trout. While hiker's gone. Brian's birthday. Saw first ranger of the year. Haven't left base in 2 weeks. 3 weeks, stir crazy. Big hike tomorrow. Care. New lookout in 2F. Henry 2F. Saw 2F coming out of cave. D calling for hiker's list. Delay her, she'll forget.
He had quite the view. He's got a radio base station up here. He was listening to us on that.
Everything. 1 second, everybody. Use the box from the new computer case to kind of block the path. Hopefully, she doesn't try to push through because she probably could. Now that the computer's not in it, or the case anyway. Where were we? I guess it really wasn't. For some reason, that seems very anticlimactic. All the equipment for the teen camp. Pretty good little hidey hole, though. Got a clothesline and everything. Alright, do we have to get out of here? Yeah, we gotta get up toward that place. Get out before we are claimed by the fire. Hello. I made more room for you, Bubba.
Nope.
I wonder if it's worth going west and then cutting back. I guess there just happened to be a university dig site there that he was able
I
to
know we
use.
should be relieved. Relieved that there's no evidence of us starting that fire. Relieved that we're not crazy. That there wasn't some conspiracy. But I'm not. He was a sweet kid. With a shitty father who hid out here like a coward after dumping him in a hole.
Delilah, I think it was an accident. And I don't think Ned meant to kill him.
We don't know what happened for sure.
Ned wanted his son to be able to climb and do the sorts of things he did himself, but Brian couldn't.
And how'd that turn out, Henry? Sorry. God, it would have been so easy to tell the truth and have him sent home.
It's
I
your
can't
fault.
stop thinking about it.
You didn't do anything wrong.
Yes, I did. And now I've got to decide whether I tell people that he's down there so they can retrieve the body or not. And if I do, I'm going to be asked about Ned Goodwin.
Dee?
Oh, fuck.
Is that a helicopter?
Yeah, hold on.
Did she have a relation with
Hey.
Ned?
No, there's one more. Yes, here, yeah. Yeah, he's coming. Okay, 1 second. Hey, they're here, but they're making rounds. They'll come back. I think I'm gonna go with them.
Wait, just wait, okay? I'm not that far.
Henry, they're here. They're waiting right now.
Please.
Henry, I don't want to meet you and just sit here in a dead boy's shadow. Okay, I don't want to do that. I know that sounds harsh. Okay, I'll wait.
I'm not far.
Okay.
Hope we get out in time. I think I took the longer route. I meant to take the other side, where I wouldn't have to take the long drop down. I'm also honestly surprised she was waiting. I figured for sure we'd never meet her. Hey. I wonder if there's a chance where you could actually get caught by the fire and you don't make it out. Make it for a very dark ending. where we found the cut line. Stuck or something. I took a wrong turn. Maybe not? I don't know. We weren't up here a lot, so I don't know the area as well. Plus all the smoke in that hard to see. Ah, the block trail. Aha. Thank goodness we have that app. There was a way to get down, otherwise I just wasn't finding it. Jesse, stay. Can't get to where you're trying to go anymore. I blocked it. Besides, it's not here. Wait, did I just loop back to where I was? Yes, I did. Heading west, and as soon as I can, I need to go north. So easy to get lost when you're not very familiar with the territory. That's the drop. Yes. I thought there was a second one. This is the fanciest compass that we possibly could have brought.
Hey, I'm at the evac spot near the ravine. Delilah, are you there?
Probably not.
Delilah?
Sorry if that was loud. No more camera. So you mean we were just a little right across that from being able to steer?
Oh, God, it's a nightmare out there. Hello?
And we didn't.
Delilah!
She's gone, dude. She said she didn't want to wait. Here's her drawing of us. What we know, white and short. And there's a bear coming. Fire on the thing. Heal it. Hold. Go finish it off. He was the one with the love of murder book?
Hello? Is anybody there?
Hi. Yeah, it's me.
Howard.
You're not here.
No. Don't be mad.
I'm not mad. I'm
You're not mad, you're just disappointed?
I'm not your dad after you got busted smoking pot.
I just couldn't be out there for another minute.
You could have just said that.
You really wanted me to stay.
I did. And now I'm...
Disappointed.
Yeah.
I know. Hey, it shouldn't take long for the helicopter to reach you.
Okay.
There's a debrief in a situation like this. Lots of questions.
Shit. So, taking stock, we found out an old lookout killed his only son and decided to become a lonely hermit.
Yes.
And we prevented one fire?
Basically started another.
We didn't do
Okay, so
that. He
that's a
did.
wash.
Oh, I'll have to figure out what I'm doing every summer from now on that isn't this.
You're not coming back?
No. And you'll have to... I don't know.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know what's next.
Tell you what, why don't you choose for me and I'll choose for you?
All right, sure. Maybe... Well, you could always go take over the crossword at the New York Times.
Oh yeah, I could probably fall right into that.
New York, big city.
Couldn't be further from here.
I've never been.
Well, when I end up out there...
Yeah. So, what about me?
I think you should go to Julia. And then you can figure it out. Maybe put that typewriter to good use. Give me a sexy accent or something if you write about this.
Yeah.
You gotta go see her.
Yeah, sure.
Henry, Look, you came out to put your memories behind you, and they're still right there in front of you.
What the heck? I'm not going to have time to make a proper response. The gamepad cut out. I guess the chunky, like the cheap cable. All right, let's try resuming.
You're right. I mean, I think you're right.
Good.
When I get back, maybe I could,
We shouldn't focus on this summer. Next year we'll roll around, and then the year after that, and then it's just I don't know. My Aunt Judy called it a pause in the hallway of time.
She's just saying she doesn't want to see us ever again.
Pot?
Yeah?
Well, you should try to take her advice, too.
Yeah, we'll see.
There's the helicopter.
They'll land back where you hiked up. Good luck, Henry.
I'll see you when I see you.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good.
AKA never.
Bye, Hank.
She's got the porcupine sign hung up here. She said people would steal it. And I said you'd be one of them. I bet she has one at home and one here. I knew she would never stay spent. She just never wanted anything with us, no matter how close the relationship we get. I bet. She just used these as a distraction, not think about her the rest of her life. An escape. As it were. that heavy. Good though.